Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you waiting for the start of the County Commissioners meeting, we'll get started here in just a couple of minutes. And we will be going into a closed session right after public comment, so I just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
I'd like to get started here, if we could. So I'd like to call the Humboldt County Board of Commissioners meeting. We are recording, or we're ready to go?
Thank you.
Okay. Humboldt County Board of Commissioners meeting is December 13, 2021, and it's 8:48. Call the meeting to order and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you'll join me.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, let the record show that Commissioner French is joining us online. Everyone's here. We'll begin with public comment, and I just we have a closed session with our attorney. We should try to get that session started by 9 o'clock because he's got a trial and he's only got a small window to meet with us. So if there's any public comment, I would like you to, if possible, to limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes and only speak once. And then after we come back, if you have additional things, additional comments, you're welcome to come up and say that again. So we can get to our attorney. Please be as brief and to the point as you can. So with that, is there any public comment? Hearing none? Well, that's going to make it easy. Can we go right to the closed session? Will our attorney be ready?
Yeah, I'll reach out to him here. Folks, we're going to go to a closed session, so stay online. We'll just mute the volume, and we'll be meeting with our attorney, and then just we'll announce when we come back in. And for those leaving the room, we'll come out and get you.
Hey, Dave, this is Commissioner French.
Yes, sir. Oh, we got, yeah. I'll tell you what, let me call you, Jim, and I'll,
All right.
yeah, let me call you, so I'll include you by my phone.
Dave,
Okay, great.
Sheriff Allen, I'm in the same boat there.
Okay, so let me, I'll give both of you a call, get you on a three-way call.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Rue, good now. Are you on the line? I may have to include you as well on this call. Rue, good now. Are you on the line?
Yes, I think I've just been able to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you. Hey, Rue, can you give me your telephone number? I'm going to have to include you on this separate call since you're coming in that way. I've got 3 people I need to include on a call here.
Sure. I'll give you my direct office line. That's 775-789-6543.
Great. I'll call you right now, Rue. Thank you.
Okay. Hello?
Zero 15.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in session here with the County Commission meeting here shortly. We're going to take a 5-minute break after the closed session, and then we'll return and open it up. So go ahead and take your break, and we'll get right back to it here in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
This is real good now. Am I free to go now?
Hey, Rue, you can take your shackles off and go.
Thanks very much. Appreciate everyone's attention this morning.
Yeah, thank you, Rue.
Bye now.
All right.
Okay, are we ready? Are we recording?
We're good.
Okay. Thanks, thanks those of you who waited for us to get through the closed session part. So we are now on item 5, direction for from Parsons, Beal, Latimer on how to proceed with pending litigation. Consideration, discussion, and possible direction for Attorney Roe Goodenow with the firm of Parsons, Beal, Latimer on strategy for resolutions of pending Second Amendment litigation over the enforcement of Nevada's red flag laws, NRS 33.500-33.670, first enacted in 2019 and amended in 2021 by SB 6, in which Humboldt County and Sheriff Allen are currently defendants in intervention from the complaint in intervention seeking declaratory relief filed March 6, 2020, and amended complaint filed July 17, 2020 in the First Judicial Court of Carson City, Nevada in case number 19 OC 00213-1B, seeking relief from Assembly Bill 291 enacted by the legislature in the 80th session 2019. Said action may include direction to discontinue Humboldt County's and Sheriff Allen's intervention in a proceeding matter, or that the involvement in the pending litigation continue. This is for discussion and possible action.
Mr. Chair, prior to hearing this item, would you please ask for a motion to go back into open session?
What? Oh, that's you talking.
Could you ask for a motion to go back into open session?
Okay. Is there a motion to go back into open session?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we go back into open session at this time.
Okay, motion's on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, we are officially open. Back from
Yes,
closed
he's in.
session.
Yes.
Okay. I will attempt to, those of you that have been waiting and online or in the audience, of what we, I'll give you an overview of what we talked about with the attorney, and Sheriff Allen was also online. Basically, where we are is that the legislature tried to remedy some of those concerns that the various defendants, which would have been Humboldt County, Lander County, Elko County, Eureka County, as well as a few of the sheriffs in those counties. The question is, were those remedies made by the legislature to amend 291 enough to satisfy us, the county, in fixing the red flag law? So what we heard from both sides is Sheriff Allen does not believe that it went far enough, that there are still some issues that need to be addressed that weren't. And with that, I think that the best way is probably to let each of the commissioners address, their thoughts on it and where what they feel that we need, the way we need to go, the direction we need to take. So, Commissioner Hill, since you're at that end and we need to start somewhere, we'll begin with you.
Okay. Yeah, this is Commissioner Hill. After listening to the lawyers and the sheriff, I believe we need to continue to fight this SB 6 that has been adopted as a fix for the red flag laws. I believe we need to continue to fight these laws as unconstitutional, bad laws, and high-risk laws. As the sheriff stated, he has an oath to uphold laws, whether he agrees with the law or doesn't agree with the law. A law is a law. We need to fight these laws in the courts. That's our best thing that we can do. And we're in the fight. I think we need to stay in the fight and fight until we have a resolution that we're happy with.
Thank you. Mr. Haas.
This is Commissioner Haas. The involvement in the pending litigation should continue. There is far too many things in the red flag laws that they haven't addressed. And I think that we need to, as a community, continue to fight this. Thank you.
Commissioner Tipton?
Yes, I believe as Commissioner Haas and Commissioner Hill do, I think we need to continue and stay in the game.
Commissioner French, are you there? Commissioner French?
Is there.
There. You need to unmute yourself.
*6, Commissioner French.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. We hear you.
For some reason, from Dave's side of it, I'm being muted over and over again. I agree completely with the comments from the other commissioners. I think it's premature for us to do anything right now, but stay in this lawsuit. I don't think the resolutions that were offered through SB6 are adequate to address all the needs that came up in the initial challenge, and I think we need to stay the course.
Okay, thank you. Well, I will make it unanimous. I too think there's still some deficiencies that need to be remedied, and it's too early to drop it yet. If they ever it'll probably have to go to court to get those last deficiencies fixed. So, Sheriff Allen, do you want to weigh in on this?
You know, like I said earlier, I do think we need to stay in this fight. There's a lot of issues with this U.S. Supreme Court decision, Ganiglia versus Strom, and the way the court ruled on that, and these other issues I brought up on law enforcement's duty to protect an individual against somebody for suicide, that the case law basically says that we don't have any duty. I think we have a good opportunity to prevail by pushing this forward. I think you other commissioners did bring up some good points on what you guys said as well, and I think we're in it for the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other thing anybody else would like to weigh in on this? I think we're all in. It's looking like we're going in the direction of continuing this lawsuit. So,
Question for Wendy. To make a motion on this, do we need to be very, very definitive, or can we just continue with the law firm? And
Wendy Maddox, purpose of the record, you can actually take no action because you're already in the lawsuit if you wanted to. If you want to take action since you have this item before you, I think a simple motion for your involvement in the pending litigation to continue would be sufficient.
thank you.
How do we, this Commissioner Hill, how do we protect the county physically as far as what we're going to spend? You know, as always, we want to, make sure we set some sort of limit. We're not just giving them an open checkbook.
Wendy Maddox, purpose of the record, you previously approved $20,000 for this litigation. You're just over $7,000 that you've spent. So if you get close to that 20,000 and you're still in it, then we can bring it back before you.
okay.
Okay.
So the funds are,
I'm happy with that. Yeah. If we get to that 20,000, then we can
okay.
revisit it on an agenda item to approve more funding.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that Humboldt County continue with Attorney Rue Goodenow with the law firm of Parsons, Beal, and Lattimore on the strategy for resolution pending Second Amendment litigation over the enforcement of Nevada red flag laws.
Okay. Motion is on the floor. Any further comments, discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously to continue. Thank you, Mr. Goodenow. Thank you, Sheriff Allen.
Thank you.
Okay. Brings us to approval of minutes. Then we'll go to item 7, which is approval of expenditures for Humboldt County for November 22nd, 2021 through December 13th, 2021. The expenses have been around. Is there any questions in regards to expenses for that time period? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the expenditures for Humboldt County for November 22nd, 2021 through December 13th, 2021.
Okay, motion's on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Comptroller, financial report. Humboldt County Comptroller Gina Rackley will provide an overview of current conditions with respect to Humboldt County revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2022, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, including possible impacts of COVID-19 response to the county and an update on the American Rescue Act funds. Hi, Gina.
Hello again. Gina Rackley, Comptroller for the record. We did receive the, the September CTX, which we were down 5.9% over the prior fiscal year, but last year we were up 11.3%. So we're still higher than we were 2 years ago prior to the pandemic. Of the 17 counties, 11 counties are reporting increased CTX and 6 are down. Elko, Douglas, ourselves, Nye, Lander, and Esmeralda. Some key areas here that we want to kind of note a little bit. Mining, it was up 37.7%. Utilities took a really strong increase, up 628%. And again, construction stays really strong. Some areas that we went down was in some manufacturing, but merchant wholesalers of both durable and non-durable goods were down significantly. Motor vehicle parts and dealers are down. I think we're going to continue to see that as the inventory is depleted. Gasoline stations were up. General merchandise stores were up. Non-store retailers were up. So that was down in the previous month. And then, of course, we like to always check in on our restaurants and foods and service places. They were up 4.2%. And room tax was also reporting very strong figures. We were comparing to other October months where this was still the highest that we've seen over the last 10 years. So we're seeing strong revenues, but a little decline in the CTX, but last year was up significantly.
Yeah.
Do you think most of that decline was in the automobile sales?
Yeah, for sure. This time last year, the auto dealers were offering some really strong incentives, zero interest, and trying to get a lot of those new vehicle sales going. Then, of course, now we've got the chip shortage, and there is a demand for used vehicles. But yeah. So if anybody has something they want to trade in, there's a demand for that.
And the utilities, would that be because of the new solar deals?
I don't think that would really drive that a whole lot. A lot of it's just bearing down on the weather, and we've had a real mild fall. So.
Okay. Any other questions for Jim?
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so it is past 10 o'clock here, and we do have a public hearing on the nuisance complaint.
Okay.
So we might want to go there first, and we'll hold off on Jerry. I see him out in the audience here, so if you can hang on, we've just got a public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move to item 11, 10 a.m. public hearing, nuisance complaint, consideration, discussion, and possible action for Humboldt County Code HCC 8.04.010 related to the nuisance complaint filed against property located at 7140 Jackson Road, Winnemucca, Nevada, owned by Don L. Sakurada, assessor's parcel 13-0541-16. This is for discussion and possible action. This is a item that has been to us 3 or 4 times now, and this is hopefully the last.
Mr. Chair, Wendy Maddox, purposes of the record. I wanted to let you know that I asked Sergeant Peters to be here, as well as Don Kalkowski. It's up to you if you want to hear from both either. I think Levi Carl is also on the phone. As you'll recall, Sergeant Peters investigated the original nuisance and how everything appeared, and also indicated what violations there were pursuant to Humboldt County Code. I do know that Levi Carl, as well as Don Kalkowski, have gone out to the residents to see the state of affairs now. So they're here if you'd like to hear from them.
Absolutely. Like to hear if there's been any progress in rectifying this. So Don, would you like to come up, as well as Officer Peters, you said?
Sergeant Peters is here. Yes.
Also, Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola, Levi Carl, are you on the line as well? If you're going to provide a report, we'll swear you in as well. Levi, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Y'all raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this matter now sitting before the commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Okay. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Okay.
This is Don Kalkowski, Humboldt County Public Works. So back in August, I believe I reviewed this. There was some complaint about various vehicles or stuff being stored within the right-of-way of Jackson Road. So I completed a report, submitted that, and then I went out again on Thursday this week, and everything that was in the right-of-way is no longer in the right-of-way at this point.
Okay. What were the other? We did give him a list, and we have things that we wanted fixed.
You want to bring that, get your mic there.
Sorry, I forgot to bring you a copy of the resolution. You directed that he was supposed to bring forward at this meeting information on how he was going to address the building, like a contract or scheduled with a contractor. You indicated that he needed to obtain a permit for the Connex box that required the permit. And again, that he would report back to you at this meeting.
Did we receive anything in writing or any other way?
Not to me. I did receive proof that he was served with a copy of the resolution. I sent it both priority mail and regular email.
Okay, so
Yes.
we have proof he did get.
I do not know if he's on the line or not.
Okay. Mr. Sakurada, are you on? If you're on a phone, you'll have to press *6 to unmute yourself if you're there. Well, if you're having trouble, you can jump in at any time if you are online, but what else do we?
Mr. Chair, you may want to go to Levi Carl. There was some activity with respect to his view of things, building the building inspector. But I think he's still in violation, but I'll let Levi Carl make that comment. Levi?
Yeah, this is Levi Carl, building inspector, for the record. So yes, on December 6th, Mr. Sakurada did pull a permit for the 8x40 Connex container. On December 7th, I went out there to do an inspection, and I failed the inspection simply because he does not meet the front yard setback requirements. He cannot put an accessory building within 30 feet of the front yard, and I'm guessing he's anywhere from 15 to 20 feet. And then I noticed he does have another 8x20 Connex container that also does not meet the 30-foot front yard setback. And I did leave Don a message on December 7th about the corrections. He never called back, and I also called him this morning and left him another message.
So those setbacks are from the residents, not from the right-of-way, or are they still in the right-of-way?
It's not the right of way, it's from his property line. It is he has 30 feet from his front property line. He cannot put anything in that front 30 feet.
Okay. So he did get a permit, but he did not relocate those correctly.
Correct.
And as far as the house goes, is it look in the same condition as it always has?
Yes, and we still never received a plan from him stating what he's going to do with it. He's told me the same thing several times, that he's just in line with several contractors, but he's never provided proof of that.
Okay. Questions, commissioners? So, I mean,
Mr. Chair?
I guess we have to.
Do we want to go to Mr. Peters?
Sergeant Peters with the Sheriff's Office, just for the record. Other than the initial report and the initial investigation, I have not had any further contact or follow-up investigation in this matter.
Thanks. I guess is there anybody, this is public hearing. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address this issue? Mr. Sakurada, do we have you yet? Doesn't appear though. No. Okay, one more time. Is there anybody in the public that wants to address the commission on this issue?
Commissioner, just for the record,
You have nothing to add at this. Okay. Okay. All right. With that, commissioners, do you have any questions to any of the witnesses?
This is Commissioner Hill.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Who was that?
can you hear me now?
Okay, Commissioner French.
Yeah, real quick, for the record then, basically from the last time we met, then Mr. Sakurada cleared the right of way, those violations of those items that were in the county right of way. He pulled a permit that failed inspection and has done nothing else. Is that correct?
Sounds like it.
Okay, I'll just state for the record, I don't believe he's met any of the criteria for us not to take an action at this stage. That's all I have.
Well, he certainly didn't. I mean, he did move the stuff from out of the right of way. That is moved. He pulled a permit, but he didn't relocate things correctly. And I guess I can understand where he is having trouble finding contractors, but part of that was submitting a plan, which he did not do. So really, he's met some of what was been asked of him, but not totally.
And just as a note, in both the resolution as well as the cover information I sent Mr. Sakurada, I gave him how to join these meetings via Teams, and it was also in the publications that we published again twice.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think this Commissioner French again, I think one of the biggest things that has been missing from this whole complaint has been communication. And, we've yet to hear from Mr. Sakurada in terms of what he intends to do. I mean, if any one of us were faced with the same kind of a problem and we're unable to get contractors or those types of things lined up, I'd certainly communicate that fact back to the people that were looking. And it appears to me that he's pretty much done with communicating with us. It certainly appears that way. And he certainly hasn't met the criteria for abating this problem.
Yeah. So, Wendy, if he's attempted to, made any attempt,
So
do we have any drop dead dates that we told
You
him this
don't.
had to be completed at?
and I'm looking at the resolution. What the resolution says is, Don Sakurada is ordered to present to the board at this meeting a clear and concise plan for addressing the identified nuisances and proof that a contractor is in place for the removal. The next paragraph says, if the property owner does not provide the required plan and proof is ordered, the county commission may set the matter to another public hearing, at which time they may cause the nuisance to be abated and have the cost of the same assessed and collected pursuant to Chapter 804, or at that future public hearing, direct the DA's office to take further legal action. So it's still a public hearing. You can amend any of those previous orders you made. You can give him more time. You can set this to a future public hearing. It's however you'd like to proceed.
So is one of our opportunities to do legal action? I mean, we can't hire a contractor, can we, to go remove?
No.
stuff?
And you wouldn't take legal action on that or direct legal action. It would be at a future public hearing. And may the witnesses be excused if you don't need anything further from them?
I guess if there's no further questions for him.
Already up there with us and leaving there.
Go ahead. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Mark Evans for the record. So I'm going to politely push back at your suggestion that he's done a few things. He pulled a permit that didn't pass because the fact that he's pushed the connexes out of the right of way, that's great for public safety, but they basically have moved, 5 feet further in toward the house. So as far as I'm concerned, there's been nothing done to eliminate the nuisance or the issue that had me file the nuisance to begin with. I've called him several times, including after the last meeting, to let him know what transpired, to again offer a suggestion of help, to get a hold of a contractor and get on a list and show documentation that you've secured a contractor. You may be on a waiting list, but at least you've secured that. He didn't return my call. So as far as I'm concerned, there's been no progress made by Mr. Sakurada, including the fact that, with due respect to all of you and me and the assistant DA, he's kind of blowing you guys off in terms of not even making a phone call. So,
Yeah, and I agree with you. I just want to make sure that if we have to go further with this, that we can prevail. And if he says, well, I moved them like you told me to, I did. I moved the connexes. I got the permit. Yeah. Well, what will, can we prevail? If he thinks, he can tell a judge that he's attempting to do this, do it. He just didn't do it right. I don't know. I guess that's our legal counsel's.
Well, and I think that's kind of it's hard to say what's going to happen when you're in a court of law and you're in front of a judge. I think one of my issues with this is that he's not here and he's not communicating with you, which is extremely frustrating, because I think that's what you want, is just some kind of plan. But then, playing devil's advocate, I'm not sure what date he was served with the notice. Do you have that date that he was served with the notice of his resolution?
Well, the email date was the date that it was signed by the chair, which was like December 1st, maybe, or
What day was Mr. Sakurada served?
I'd have to go look at the file. I'm sorry, I forgot to bring it in this
That would be
morning.
another question I
He has
had.
about, he had it was toward the very beginning of December. And again, no response to emails, no phone calls, nothing.
So that's essentially the question: is 2 weeks enough time to get a hold of contractors and come up with a plan?
Absolutely.
And one other thing to note, I think I mentioned last time at the last hearing that he had actually moved those Connex boxes prior to that hearing. So that action on his behalf was not a result of being served.
Oh, so it wasn't because as a result of
that. I
that.
think that was from an original phone call from Levi. But again, I respect your guys' time and mine as well, and the fact that he can't call in and offer some kind of communication and clarity on what his plans are
Yeah.
is extremely frustrating. So, thank you.
No argument there. Go.
Yeah, this Commissioner Hill, I completely agree. I believe he's had ample time and been served ample times to bring his concerns or his resolutions forward to this board. A blatant, we're being ignored is what's happening. We're being ignored. And, as a commission, we wrote a resolution that we were going to do something. I think we have an obligation to move to the next step. I don't want to be the guy up here that's just blowing smoke. If I say we're going to do something, let's do it. Let's move to the next step. And if that is legal, then that's what we have to do. But I think we're being ignored. I would like nothing more than for him to step up here and come up with a plan and try to remove the nuisance and get all of his permits up to code. But it's obvious that's not happening. So I think we need to move to the next step.
And he was served on December 1st via hard copy. That was when the priority mail at 5:19 p.m.
So that's been 2 weeks approximately. Well, yeah. Do I expect that he could, get a contractor in that 2 weeks? Maybe, probably not. But he could still weigh in on this commission and tell us that he tried and he couldn't get one, He doesn't even do that.
I completely agree. I think, several people have reached out, and is there anything else we can do from a commission standpoint that we can reach out? Mr. Evitz said he's called in, sent him certified letters. We sent him emails. I don't know that there's anything else we can do to make direct contact besides going to find him, talking to him face to face.
So where's that leave us, Wendy? What's the next thing we can do?
So today, essentially, you have before you've already made kind of a different untraditional, because we set this for 2 public hearings. So at the first public hearing, you already took your action. If you want to do something further pursuant to that resolution, we would just need to have another public hearing. And then the board can take action under chapter 8.04, be it legal action or some other action to abate the nuisance at that future public hearing.
Can't do it today.
No.
I think we need to move forward and take legal action. This is not going to get solved. He's never showed up in person. He's never showed up to the commission in writing or by email or by telephone. Tells me he's not going to do anything. Just because you pull a permit doesn't mean anything. If you pull a permit and don't do what the permit requires, you haven't done a thing.
Yeah.
So I feel sorry for him and that he had a fire and things aren't going well, but he's had ample opportunity to address the commission and the complaint, and he hasn't done anything.
Okay. So,
Mr. French.
Mr. French, go ahead.
I had a quick question for Wendy. So at this stage of the conflict, what are our range of options in terms of the commission actions from the legal standpoint and to abate this? I think we should this particular with regard to the resolution that comes from the board today, or the action that comes from the board today, should specifically spell out exactly what our intent is and the date we're going to do it. And I just wondered if you could give us a briefing in terms of what your recommendation is based on the facts.
Sure. Let me just pull up the statute real fast. So I believe in the prior commission meeting, you all indicated that the items on the property do meet the definition of a nuisance in so much as the abandoned or discarded objects or equipment, the insecure or unsafe buildings, including the partially burned structure, as well as the 2 or more unlicensed vehicles, and so that are not screened. So today, you essentially requested that the property owner come before you. He did not. So I would ask for a motion today, if you're going to move forward, that you give, as Commissioner French said, a deadline of when these, the insecure, unsafe building, the discarded objects, and the 2 or more licensed vehicles, give him a time period to have this done by, completed, abated on his own. And if not, if it's not done by that date, then the next agenda meeting, we can bring an item back before you, a public hearing, so that you can all decide whether or not you would like to direct the DA's office to take legal action. We are going to have difficulty unless we get permission to go on the property to have ourselves, one of our department heads, or maybe even a private company abate the nuisance unless we get permission. But we can definitely strive to do that and see if he'll communicate with us.
Do we get the permission from him or from the judge?
From him.
Well, we've already gave him the opportunity to rectify. We're going to do it again before we.
You've given him the opportunity to come before you with a plan. He hasn't done that. So I think legally it would be helpful if you give him marching orders. You're going to do X, Y, and Z by this date. And if not, we're going to take further action. That would be helpful from my standpoint.
That's what I'm saying. We can ask him to come at the next public hearing and show us. And if he doesn't, can we take action that day rather than?
Yes, and it would kind of be a separate thing. So I think that what I imagine at the future public hearing is that you're going to have an item that basically gives you an update whether or not he's done X, Y, or Z by the date that you've given him. And then also for you to have, to take action, to take legal action, direct the DA's office, take legal action if that's what you so choose, if he has not done what you asked him.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, to Deputy DA Maddox. So do you see that as far as an agenda item being a public hearing followed by a regular item as to legal action, or part and parcel?
I think it can be all in the same one.
Okay.
Commissioner Hill, seems very frustrating that we have to ask somebody several times to come up, to present to the board. That's frustrating to me. The other thing that's frustrating is even if we do want to take action, we've got to get his permission to do anything. So if we can't get his permission, then a year from now, we're going to still be sitting here going round and round and round and round.
And just to clarify, you have, if you give him a time period to get it done on his own, then you can come back before the board. And if he hasn't done it, you can ask that legal action be taken. But I'm just saying that if within code, one of the things talks about abatement, like going onto the property ourselves and taking care of it. We just can't take care of the problem ourselves if he doesn't do it unless he gives us permission to go onto the property. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Can't the judge, or Commissioner Hill again, sorry, can't the judge or somebody intervene and uphold our code and say this is a nuisance and grant us some sort of permission to go take care of the nuisance?
I can't answer that for what the judge does. That's a possibility.
So,
Well, I'll ask it in
Chairman,
this is Commissioner Haas.
Hang on 1 minute, Commissioner French.
Wendy, what
Okay.
have we got? I mean, we've got another one pending. We got this one pending. We've done everything we can do here. We've taken all of our resources and looked at it and said, this is what we have. And we've decided it's a nuisance complaint. So we've been ignored. So legally, what have we got? What do we have to put together to get this further on? Because if we do another deal like we did today, it's going to end up in the same thing. We're going to be just like Commissioner Hill said, that we're going to be going through this and through this and through this. What has the DA got? Have you been working on ordinances, or are you working on anything that will help us get this stuff done?
And I don't want to go off of the agenda item because we're not on an agenda item where we talk about ordinances or other nuisances. I'm just telling you that if you want to take action today and later, ask the DA's office to prosecute somebody for this, it would be helpful if you took action to tell them you need to do X, Y, and Z by a certain date. And if not, we're going to ask the DA's office to take legal action. Today, all you asked him to come before you was with a plan. You didn't ask him to abate the nuisance himself. And so it would be helpful to prove that he failed to do it. If you look at our code violation or penalty, any person who maintains a nuisance and fails or neglects within the required time after notice to comply with the requirements of such notice is guilty of a misdemeanor. So it would be helpful to have facts to be able to support fails or neglects within the required time after notice to do X, Y, or Z.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French again. Could I interject in there?
Absolutely.
As part of the legal action, this is a question for Wendy again. As part of legal action from the DA's office, assuming we're going to I'm just going to assume the worst case scenario for the next meeting that Mr. Sakurada goes silent again and nothing occurs. If that happens and we direct the district attorney's office to take legal action, would that legal action include a request to the courts to abate the action, to allow us onto that, a formal request to the courts to allow the county to abate that issue?
If we file it, Wendy Max, purpose of the record, it would just depend on what happened to that public hearing, what the board directed the DA's office to do. There's two separate actions you're talking about. One is a criminal action where somebody could be found guilty of a misdemeanor. Like that likely wouldn't include that we go on that property and abate it. If it was a civil action, that would be more likely that the judge would come up with some kind of remedy. But I don't know if a judge is going to tell you to go on someone's property. So it's just going to be dependent on what the court says. But I think there's two different avenues: a civil action where that may, we could request that, and or a criminal action where it's just guilty of a misdemeanor.
Well, I understand where you're going with that. He obviously, if he has ignored the request according to the code, he's already violated the law, and he's already at that moment in time, he is guilty of that misdemeanor, or at least he's going to be cited under that charge. In addition to that, we still have the issue that was brought forward by the neighbors having to do with the abatement of that nuisance on that property. Those are two separate issues. And the abatement of that property, that's the part that has become most contentious for this board, as you might gather. And we need a protocol in place that people understand that if they violate the terms and conditions of an order on the part of the board to abate a nuisance complaint, and they ignore that these are the items, this is going to be how we proceed, which would, in my mind, would include a court order which would allow us to abate that issue. The courts allow law enforcement and allow access to private property for a lot of other reasons, and burned out property and the health risk that is associated with that property is a pretty compelling request. And I would say that if we haven't taken that kind of precedent and asked the courts to give us the authority to go in and abate that, shame on us. We should at least try.
Yeah, we've been very patient with this. We've had this for us 4 times. Yeah.
August 2nd.
August 2nd. And we're still no further than we are August 2nd. Maybe we are, but barely. At the next commission meeting, we need to, if we have to take legal action, we need to be prepared to do it next meeting and not just talk about it again. If we can't do it now, it has to be agendized to take legal action, as far as I'm concerned. It's frustrating for the board. It's frustrating for the neighbors, the landowners who have been expecting us to get this resolved, and we haven't been able to do well. We got him to move some connexes into another area, but that's wrong as well. But and he's not trying to work with us. He's not communicating. So I think we've all reached our wits' end on this thing. It's like telling your kid to go clean his room 4 times and You just finally have to go do it.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French, and this goes back to a conversation that I believe Commissioner Haas brought up the last time this came up. And what we're doing today and what we were doing in the complaint that was in front of us before this one is we're setting a precedent. And as Commissioner Haas pointed out, we're in a position where we could have numerous examples of these same types of things coming up in the county, and we can do nothing about them legally. And there needs to be resolution to that internally sooner than later.
Okay. So moving forward with, we have to, Wendy, set this back for another public hearing?
It would be helpful, Wendy Maddox, purpose of the record, it would be helpful from a standpoint of all of you asking for later legal action, for you to make a motion today that says what exactly needs to be abated. The cars need to be removed, the building needs to be removed, the partially burned structure, the yard needs to be cleaned up of all the debris, whatever Sergeant Peters said was a nuisance, that you found as a nuisance as your last meeting, all of that needs to be completed by a certain date. That would be very helpful.
Okay. When's the next commission meeting, Dave? It's
January 3rd is the next meeting. Not sure if we can get it published in that time period because of the holidays and all. So
Yes,
yeah, we'd have to.
we would need to publish again, and then from a notice perspective, it would be really helpful if there's a second resolution that if they do say you need to do X, Y, Z by a certain date, that he was served with that.
so second meeting in January?
17th, I think it is.
Some a month.
Okay. Is there anybody prepared to make that motion? So you want what we put at public hearing and spell out what he needs to have done by
Please.
that date?
Yes.
Are these motions for an agenda item then? Or?
Just a motion to abate the nuisance by doing X, Y, and Z, by screening the two cars and, taking care of the partially burned structure, making arrangements to have that removed or whatever it is that you all would like done by the next meeting.
I would say, as Commissioner Hill, I think the making arrangement part's passed. I think let's ask for action. I think it needs to be actionable. Let's ask for it to be done. Or we're stepping in. Or legal stepping in, and then at that point, we'll direct a time frame for the DA's office to have some sort of action on it. I mean, we can ask and ask and ask. I think it's time that we direct.
So by the January 17th commission meeting, what does he need to have done? He needs to have the connexes located within county code. So
Anything that violates county code needs to be brought to within code.
And sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but just to remind you from the last meeting, if we're talking about a nuisance, there are certain things that are a nuisance and certain things that are building code violations. And you are not here on building code violations. You're here in regards to a nuisance.
So the nuisances we have left are the house?
And the vehicles.
Mark, is the vehicle still there?
Trailer is moved to the side yard, so that's a violation of code. It's not minor fenced area. Connexes, as I mentioned, have just been partially relocated, moved out of the right of way. The building burned out structure, obviously, not done there. It would seem to be the action wide appropriate rule repositioning those connexes, which there's no way he's going to be able to do that. The only place he has room for him is in the front yard. Burned out structure, demolition of burned out structure by such and such a date will eliminate public safety issue. And then for me, some kind of not to reconstruct, at least a lot. So January 17th, so we're going to be a little over a month. Well, there's another month, I would suggest that there's an opportunity for the DA to make a motion that gives you the time to appropriately line item actionable action, some kind of generic. I think it needs to be well stated, and that can be captured in a motion today. We're going to be right back to Groundhog Day again on the 17th.
Agree. I agree.
That's our computer's back.
On what date? That was on August 17th.
Yeah, that's the last paragraph though. Pretty much contains what Mr. Edens just said. It cites the code violation.
That's a tough motion.
So.
Wendy, you're telling us we can't do anything about code.
No, you can't. You can talk about the violation of Section C, the unsafe building from a partially burned structure, Section E, the abandoned or discarded objects in front of the residence, and Section F, 2 or more unlicensed vehicles in front of the house that may or may not be within boundaries and are not obscured by a fence.
Well, how do you rectify code violations?
That's separate, something that our office would do. We would send letters, and we're working on that as well.
This is Commissioner Haas. Dave, do you have, I mean, somewhere in these complaints, we have to have put some of in the resolution of what we would actually like to see done. Is that what Ron has?
No. These are the. But I'm not following.
We basically asked that he come forward with a plan in that resolution. I think that was pretty much all we asked for was.
Here you go.
My question would be is, who have we got to help us write this?
I already been on it.
That's my question on this whole issue is we get down to a point and we're saying it's their job. Whose job is it to rectify a situation like this, and how do we get there? Because it's going to keep coming up as we go forward. Where do we go to find out whose job it is?
I thought we did it the last time.
I did too. So I'm really confused.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so Dave Mendiola, with respect to the code violations, there's a process which that goes to the DA. We've already talked to the DA about the code violations. So the next thing would be to send a letter from the DA saying you're in violation of these codes, and there's the actions that could be taken. So that part, there is a procedure in place. With respect to the other, again, I think what you need to do, to your point, Commissioner Haas, is we need to update the resolution with very specific things that must be done, in my opinion, by January, and it's actually the 18th, not the 17th. I think that's the 17th is President's Day or something. It's a holiday. So on the 18th, that individual must either repair or remove the burned out house. I don't think we should say we want a plan by then. I think that dog is already hunted. I think it should be either repaired or removed. Should be in terms of the house. In terms of the vehicles, they either need to be licensed or removed. That's something that could be done. So in my opinion, that's what we should ask for the resolution. So on the motion today, it should be that update the original resolution to include those specific items, and then also bring it back to a public hearing on January 18th, and also that specific legal action will be started on that date, or action will be taken on that specific date to begin additional legal action. Does that make sense, Wendy?
Yeah, it does.
So that's, I guess, I was trying to put that in a motion perspective, because the other stuff, the code stuff will take care of itself through the letters, through the DA's office. It would be a civil violation, and we'll take that action as we can.
Are the cars not a code violation?
Those are nuisance.
Nuisance.
They are nuisance? Okay. That's the way I read it. I thought it was a code.
One, and I don't know if the report says it's unlicensed, because he removed the pickup. And you're allowed to have two, or you can have no more than two unlicensed vehicles unscreened. But now he only has one, that trailer, which he's moved to the side of the house.
Okay. Well, I think we need help from DA's office to write this.
Our resolutions, this Commissioner Hill, our resolution stated that if the owner does not provide required plan and proof as ordered, the county commission may set this matter to another public hearing, at which they will cause the nuisance to be abated and have the cost of the same assessment collected pursuant to Chapter 804. So basically, we need to follow our resolution and set this to public hearing to.
And Wendy Max, purpose of record, it's my understanding you are going to have a public hearing on January 18th.
Yep.
It would also be helpful from my perspective if at that meeting, one of the actions that you may ask is for the DAs to file some kind of a misdemeanor. I'm looking at wording as a violation of what is a violation, is fails or neglects within the required time after notice to comply with the requirements is guilty of a misdemeanor. And this code talks about abatement of a nuisance. So I would just ask for you to set out that he needs to do X, Y, or Z within a certain time frame. And if not, I'll have a record so I can write something that says he failed, they specifically told him to do this. He got a copy of a resolution, he's been noticed of what he had to do by a certain date and he didn't do it.
Okay. You may be ready to do something. We got to take care of the house. Like Dave said, we don't need a plan. He needs to either fix it or tear it down. We gave him that. He had an opportunity to come with a plan and he didn't do it, so.
But who's going to, I mean, we've already outlined in the bottom paragraph there. Are you capable of doing this? Do you need some help from the DA? How can we get this written so that we can get it taken care of at the 18th meeting?
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So I think what needs to happen is that need to work, just start on a motion here and to address those specific things that have just been meant. The house needs to be repaired or removed. So that would be one item specific to the motion. I guess the other question I have, Deputy DA Maddox, would be if they could include in that motion and ultimate resolution request that all violations of code be cleaned up as well.
I would.
You're not dealing with the code, you're just saying they need to be cleaned up.
I would suggest they not do that because this is a nuisance public hearing and violations of the building code are not a violation of the nuisance ordinance.
Okay, fine.
All nuisance violations?
Yeah, I would say all nuisance, that's a general term. That's why I think she's trying to get to a specific issue. So we've got the house issue. It looks like from a nuisance standpoint, the unlicensed vehicle, since there's only one remaining, that's fine. That's within.
Right, because they can have one and it's not a
within the code.
nuisance.
So that's okay.
So it looks like there's two things where you're going, the abandoned or discarded objects in front of the residence and the building.
Right. So the abandoned objects, did you call them?
There's miscellaneous debris. The vehicle that he was referring to has been removed.
Right.
There is miscellaneous debris and rubbish.
And so the trailer would be okay where it's at, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay. No, we've got to see what we're running up against. So we've got to word this. Now, the trailer itself, I see a picture of it in front of the house. What would have to be done? Since you've seen it, I haven't seen the.
It has been moved away from the front of the house and parked on the dead lawn next to the house.
Okay.
So I put it in, so that the fence, I guess it doesn't, I misunderstood, I thought it was behind the screen or fence. This is not. I also thought that the last meeting where you stipulated for today that there was some actionable items that he's going to be held accountable to achieve. So I'm confused that the next time seems to be a very good strategy on his behalf, and he doesn't want to do anything, is not to show up at all, and therefore he doesn't have to do anything. There was last session.
Do you remember, Mark, do you remember those? Or do we have to, okay, what I'm asking from you is some help on this resolution, on what needs to be listed, as a violation or what needs to be cleaned up. So we make sure that we have it in this resolution so that we can, say, this is what needs to be done. And if you would help us with that, I'd sure appreciate it.
Try to help to the extent that I can.
Okay.
Being here to participate in the process. The two Conex boxes sounds like those are code issues, at least the one that isn't permitted. Both of them are sitting in the front yard, so I'm still unclear as to how it can be a violation of code and not have something taking place outside of the context of the nuisance. In other words, this afternoon, the building inspector doesn't go and slap something out there saying fix this or be in trouble. The burnt out building, the debris, the public safety piece of what I view as a major nuisance, and that's having a burnt out building sitting there, to me is the biggest issue. So demolition of the burnt out structure and clean up all the property. And then hopefully again, as a property owner is seeing the impacts of the value of my home because of that nuisance, eventually reconstruction of the home. So it's not it's burnt out wasteland across the street from it.
Is there much debris still there that needs to be cleaned up also?
It depends on the definition of debris. To me, there's more debris now than there has been, just as a function of the yard dying, trees dying, branches falling, wind blowing parts that they attempted to cover the roof, blowing around. So it's not only unsafe, but it's a nuisance that continues to grow. Which is the opposite of limitations.
Yeah, and I'm that way too. I'm running out of patience on this. I want this to be written, I want our agenda item to be written in a way that something happens and not kicked down the road another time. So whatever we have to do, if we have to identify what we want done, that's the house either rebuilt or tore down.
A signed contract with a contractor to reconstruct or to remove and clean up.
Well, and if it's not a contractor, the county can do it.
Well, we need to write it that way because we've already asked for that. We've already asked for a contract or a plan in place. We need to have more actionable items that this is what we want. This is what we expect. If this doesn't happen, this is where we're going.
Another question, I'm thinking maybe too far out front, but we write this agenda item so that we can get good actionable items out of it at that meeting. We also need for the county to work with one of the local contractors to have that on an agenda item so that they can proceed to work on it if things aren't done.
Mr. Chair, so I guess I would say based on everything we've heard and my 7 years being in this job that, I've always thought we could go on site and do that, but I think that was the issue that was originally brought up by the district attorney's office, saying that we would have to have the approval of the property owner to go onto the site to do that. We would definitely have to have the approval of the owner before any vendor would go on the site to assess the house for demolition, which might also include asbestos removal as well. That's kind of the process we followed with the Hubbard House issue over here. So, I don't know about whether the vendor would want to go on site without the approval of the property owner, but maybe they're used to this. If it was under a court order, it might be different. And that's why I say, in my opinion, in the end, this is why we're talking about changing the nuisance laws here in Humboldt County, because again, based on everything the DA has brought to our attention, we don't really have a lot of power to do anything under the current code. But if it gets into the courts, then a court order comes, everything changes for that individual. And then it's got some power behind it. And I think that's the frustration right now. So in my mind, that can fix this problem is Mr. Sakurada, to either engage us and communicate and or to just fix it. But that's obviously, like Mr. Evett said, the strategy is to hide and conceal and let this go on forever. So there's the frustration. I know it is frustration. I guess what the DA is telling us today is that we can make a motion to request that either one of two things, either provide documentation showing that a contractor is going to repair or replace and or demolish this building, or just say repair or demolish the building. How you go about it's your business, I guess.
Both ways.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have to be specific, demolition or rebuild, and how it's going to get done, with the signed contractor, and see if that would be acceptable.
He might say he's going to do it himself and then continue to hide.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Or he didn't say anything.
Well, I'm going to try this.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French.
Yes, Commissioner.
I think one other thing that we're missing from the specifics of this action would be the question of the abatement. We give a specific date. We have a specific range of activities that we're requiring in order to abate the nuisance complaint, but we have not defined how we're going, what legal action we're going to take, which would include a misdemeanor violation and a request of the courts to abate, to go in and abate the issue. And I think ultimately that becomes the protocol we have to ask for, given the ordinances we're operating under right now and the limitations that are being described to us by the district attorney's office. We need to move forward with a court order, or asking for a court order to actually abate the issue. And absent that, we're not going to get it abated. We're just going to have a misdemeanor violation, a notice of a misdemeanor violation, and that's going to be it. The abatement of the issue is we're going to have to take the bull by the horns on that, and we're going to have to get it done, and that's going to require a court order.
Sounds like it.
Am I wrong?
Is he wrong?
You're on.
So, sorry, I didn't know that was a question for me. That may be a future action at a future public hearing, but today we need some specifics, some marching orders. Basically, this is what's a nuisance. These are the things that needs to be fixed, and they need to be fixed by a certain date. I need that so that I can then, if you later instruct me or direct me to file a legal action, be it a civil action or a criminal action, I need to have something to hang my hat on so I can prove that this property owner got notice of exactly what they needed to do by a date. Without that, it's difficult to move forward.
What did we do last time, Wendy? Didn't we not do that last time? In our resolution that we.
Oh, sorry. In your resolution that came before this board, let's see. You said that the property owner is ordered to present to the board at this meeting a clear and concise plan for addressing the identified nuisances and proof that the contractor is in place for removal of the burn structure.
He didn't.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
All right,
We need
this
to move on.
this is Commissioner Hill. I would move that we order Mr. Sakurada at 7140 Jackson Road to have his burnout house repaired or removed, along with all nuisance violations that have been brought to us, be brought up to specs by the January 17th meeting, or January 18th, sorry, meeting. If Mr. Sakurada fails to meet these obligations at that date, we will direct the DA's office to serve criminal and civil actions or complaints to Mr. Sakurada and move forward with any and all legal action that they can take.
Would Wendy Maddox, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Would you amend your motion to include removal of the abandoned and discarded objects in front of the residence?
Yes, I will amend my motion to include any and all abandoned objects in front of the residence to be included in the nuisance.
I have one other amendment that I'd like you to put in.
Okay.
You say to reconstruct or remove the structure. I think you should add that if they choose to remove it, it'd be cleaned up.
Yes, but I would amend that to include removing the structure would be to include removing all loose debris, I guess. Does that satisfy that? In the end of my motion, also I ordered the DA's office or asked the DA's office to serve civil and criminal actions. This would also include moving towards abatement at the county's discretion. Does that make sense?
So I asked the deputy DA, will that suffice to actually get something?
Yes, that's helpful from my standpoint of having specifics and a date to have it done by.
Okay. There isn't anything further on that motion?
Okay. And at that point, when we ask the DA to serve the civil and criminal actions, we will also hold them to a date to have some action on this.
You actually can't do that. Wendy Maddox, purpose of record. You can ask, but you can't direct the DA's office to do something by a certain date. Yeah, I mean, and you can essentially request that we file an action, but you can't require that we do it. I know that's frustrating, but.
Before we leave this, Dave?
Yes.
This is Commissioner Haas. What did Levi do when he found the violations that they didn't get the Connex boxes back? Have they been tagged? Has he been notified? How did that work?
Levi, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, sure. So from that point, I try to get a hold of the owner and I let him know of the corrections that need to be made. But at this point, I've left 2 messages for Mr. Sakurada and he has not got back to me yet. But as of now, it has failed inspection.
Levi, do you tag that object at any point with some kind of a notification?
No, I certainly can. I know nobody's living at the residence, so I didn't tag it in this case.
Levi, this is Commissioner French. Do you refer that item then to the district attorney's office for legal action at a point in time if after tagging for a code violation they ignore it?
I'm not sure how many chances we do give them, to be honest. Wendy might be able to answer that better than I can.
Wendy Maddox, purpose of the record. I cannot answer that. I essentially just, the process of how this works is we get a notice from the building department when they want us to take further legal action, which usually initially includes us sending a letter to that person to see if they'll take care of it. And I would say 90% of the time that is successful.
Yeah, and this is Levi again. And we could certainly mail him a letter. But at this point, I really don't know what the best way to go about this is.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So as the manager for that department, I will be happy to send a memo and request that they engage the district attorney's office for further action on the code violations.
Okay. I want to take care of this motion that we have on the floor. Is it complete? Has everything we need? So I don't want to have to go redo this again. Well, I won't have to. Probably Jim French. So there's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion on that motion?
This is Commissioner Hill. I'm going to go out and I'm going to ask Mr. Evitz if you've heard the motion that I presented to the board. Are you satisfied with being close to that property? Are you satisfied with everything being covered in that motion? January 18th. January 18th is our next meeting, so we got to have something.
Yes, I think the way it's stated, just by default, to have a plan and a contractor to go and we'll have stuff in front of the house and deal with it.
Yeah, and the motion's clearly stated that it wasn't asking for a contractor, it was asking for the work to be done. So we're yep. I believe in our motion or in our resolution in the previous meeting, we asked for a plan and we weren't presented with a plan. So now we're asking for action.
There's a real opportunity here, obviously, the frustration for the board members, but this won't be last. There's a real opportunity to be able to reflect on what transpires and comes out of this for future reference, and hopefully it'll be less frustrating for all parties.
I agree.
Agree.
I think that's the end of my motion. Hopefully it was captured in its entirety.
You got it? Tammy? Okay. All right. So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Commissioner French, were you trying to say something?
No, I'm just voting yay.
Okay. All right. Hopefully we will get something done on that item. Now we have to go back to, where was it? We were 7?
Just a second.
No.
We're going to be here.
9.
9. Yeah.
We're going to be here.
Yeah.
It's going to continue on.
Okay, item 9 is Central Nevada Cardiography and GIS Services LLC update. This is for information only. Jerry Elkin from Central Nevada Cardiography and GIS Services will provide an update regarding RS-2477 inventory assessment from his work in 2021 and will recommend options for the 2022 season. Hello, Jerry.
Jerry Elkins. It's good to be here.
Yeah.
We'll make this a little quicker. You can catch up. I completed 2021 and I had recommended that we don't stick to the priority zones and that I canvass the county on a larger scale. I thought we'd get more bang for the buck. And it turned out that we've gotten pretty good coverage in 2021. I did 2,172 miles, which was almost as much as done in the prior 2 years. Got the cost per mile down considerable. And as it turns out, this will be my final year, so we're not going to discuss 2022, other than the fact that I actually think you guys are in a pretty good position to perhaps hold. With the miles that I have processed, it's, I believe, 3,845 miles of binders for RS-2477 assertion. There's another 2,700 miles that are assertable, but the cost of collecting those and the unique character of them, I personally wouldn't recommend being in a hurry to do that. I would look at them on a piece-by-piece basis. If something comes up and somebody says, hey, we have a problem with this road, you can look on the database and see that it is indeed assertable, even though a binder was not made, and then a person can go gather the data necessary to assert the road at that time. One of the big reasons I'm saying this is there's a lot of roads in what was priority zone 3 that crosses through private land. And this project did not have anything to do with private land. So a lot of these roads, a lot of that area is the old railroad, every other section went private land. So these roads cross through private land, public land, private land, public land, private land, public land. So to go and collect only those portions that are on public land really doesn't benefit anybody, because it may or may not be RS-2477 through the private land. So those roads were left uncollected. A lot of the roads that were uncollected have issues where they go through private land. A bunch of the others that were uncollected kind of serve a similar area of other roads that were collected, or they're fairly short. The bang for the buck just wasn't there. So in anticipation of the fact that I was probably going to retire at some point, I thought it was better to collect the low-hanging fruit throughout the entire county, and that's what I pushed for in 2021. And there's a map somewhere. You guys may have seen it. There's a
I'm trying to
big
bring
map
it
in
up here, but it's not allowing me for some reason.
So anyway, there's a printed copy on the back table. And I have, I'm sure you all have this, my general conclusion data. Is there any questions or anything? I would like to point out I came in about $95,000 under budget.
Thank you.
So that's probably unusual in contractors. But yeah, I got the total mileage down to around $50 a mile. And when we started out, I was saying, it could be as much as 75. So I think things have went well. I'm just getting old.
Well, all I say is we certainly appreciate the work you did get done for us, and I know you're deserving of your some time off and retirement. And I hope you enjoy yourself. Sorry that we couldn't have had your services a little longer. We were really getting somewhere, but you gave somebody else a good start. So
yeah, I think that the county's setting with a pretty good coverage. 3,845 miles of assertable road spread out through the entire county is pretty solid there. Prior to coming into the meeting today, I had a chance to talk with Andy Heiser, and which is really good. I think that he was kind of unaware of exactly what I was doing, and I was totally unaware of his existence. Maybe 3 years ago, it would have been good if we had gotten together, but I think that we've caught up and have a pretty good understanding. He has the data clear up through 2021. He has all the binders. He has the database, and I think all things are good there. So
now, Dave, this work that where was it going to go into? So that we can use it? Where's it going to be?
Yeah, so I think, Dave Mendiola for the record, I think Commissioner French would be better suited to answer the bigger question, but in general, the idea behind identifying these RS-2477 roads is that If there's ever a question about access, as the BLM does their travel management plans, which they're in the middle of updating right now, and what that is, travel management is where they go in and identify every road, whether it's accessible, closed, not accessible to the general public or anybody else. They started a process 3 or 4 years ago. They had a public, not a hearing, just an open house where they showed us some of the areas they were going to, they claimed where there was like two tracks. Both of them ended up at the same place, but they branched off somewhere. They wanted to close a lot of those and just make it one. And so we had concerns about that because, again, some of those 2 tracks took off in different directions, but people specifically wanted to get to something over here before it ever came back and required long drives around to get back to where they wanted to be. So the point being is that we wanted to have information, legal data, that if we ever had to go to court to fight to keep a road open for the public, we could do so. Would that pretty much cover it, Jerry?
Yeah, there is another larger issue though, but that's a lot of the detail. All of the counties out west are encountering the same thing. I've done a number of counties in Nevada, but there is hope that there will be a resolution at a higher level in the Senate and the House that would come to a kind of a situation of, okay, counties, give us your RS-2477 inventory. We will give those inventories to the BLM and the various Forest Service areas, and they will have a period of time to look through that, and anything that they want to contest or do, they can. But after a given period of time, then all that RS-2477 will no longer be a question of whether it's the county's jurisdiction. It will be the county's jurisdiction. So part of this project was to build the big inventory. But you're right, Dave, on any individual thing along the way. And that's the problem with an RS-2477 inventory. The way it is now, every single thing has to be contested individually. So the hope is that there will be a time that it's not individual, it'll all be approved. But in the interim, if there is individual problems with roads being closed or the BLM wanting to close things with the Forest Service. So, yeah, and more direct answer to you and my conversation with Andy, basically, I built a database of county roads. And I started with the database that was in existence 3 years ago and worked with that and expanded that database considerably. Andy was pretty much unaware of what I was doing and continued to use that database for 3 years. So right now there's a little synchronization issue between the county's road database as they have it now and the potential road database that I created because I had to do a comprehensive one to actually do my job. So Andy has both of those databases. He's aware of everything, and I feel pretty good that it's in really good hands in the county now. Presumably there will be a point of time that they're totally merged together. You have one really large county database and you can get maps similar to that one. I don't think that was possible before, that you could get a map that showed all of your county maintained roads and all of the roads out there. So I think a lot has been accomplished. And if I was younger, I'd stay and work more. But I've reached a point that I just don't think I can give the standard that I hold myself to. It's getting harder to do that. So.
Do you have any plans in turning it over to anybody, or are you just closing the doors? Looks like you're just.
Well, interestingly, I don't think there's anybody around I could turn it over to. It's a combination of skills that are pretty rare.
Right.
I broke down once this summer. I had to walk 30 miles out.
Wow.
There's a lot of people that aren't capable of that.
Right.
The GIS skills and the computer skills, just by accident, I've had and worked on for a lot of years before I came to this point. So to have somebody else take mine and do it, I don't know that they could. I think there's other contractors out there. I think there's other people that do this. They just charge a whole lot more and have a whole different way of going about it, but it's the same end product. I don't know that you'll need that. You might, but if the Senate and the Congress say, hey, give us the inventory, well, I'd give them the inventory of what I've done the binders on, as well as the inventory as what is assertable, even though the binder isn't done. Because if they do a group look at that and say, well, okay, these roads are, then you get them. And if they say, well, they're not, and you have time now. You can look at that map and you can look at the database and say, okay, these are roads that are really important that he did not collect. They're short. We can see why I didn't collect them, but they're really important because there's certain aspects to them. You can identify those individually and create binders in-house. You know, the county can do that. They can, you know, on the scale I did it, I don't think they could, but they can go to a particular road and say, okay, I'll take some pictures of it. We'll do a GIS center line on it, and we'll pull up some old maps and build a binder. Because I don't think there's going to be a large number of those, but there's likely to be some. So hopefully somebody can go through there and look at it and go, we should do these. But yeah, I'm shutting the door. I'd love to sell it to somebody, but I don't think there's anyone there to do it to. So
David, like if you could put Jerry's work together and so the commissioners could see it maybe individually or something, get those maps out.
Yeah, and I think I've got the stick here. I'll copy this over that you brought today.
Yeah.
And I'll make sure everybody gets a copy of that. So.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that map, if you look at it, it'll show you a lot. I think you'll feel pretty good about it.
Okay. Commissioner French?
I think Humboldt County is a beautiful county. There's some really pretty stuff out there.
I think
there's some really bad things too.
Come back and visit.
Commissioner French is trying to weigh in here, I believe. Commissioner French?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French. I just wanted to thank Jerry for actually setting us aside and letting us and giving us his undivided attention for that period of time. Yeah, he was getting down to the end. He was getting long in the tooth when he started this project. So I appreciate the effort he put into it. You know, we initially, when we started this project, we broke it into a number of zones, and the idea behind those zones was that we were going to take care of the issues or the roads that were found in those areas which had the highest probability for some sort of interior activity for regulation of the access there. And we basically accomplished that. I would say that we're sitting in a really good position, a lot better than a lot of counties. There's been a lot of counties who just basically said, they asserted that everything out there in their county is RS-2477 assertable. And given the law that it's RS-2477 is authorized under, it just isn't the case. And so we specifically not only identified those roads, but we identified why those roads are RS-2477 assertable. So I think, Jerry, you put us in a great position for the most part. You know, for the new commissioners and whatnot, I think it's important to understand that even our major county roads, our gravel roads, are all FLPNA right-of-ways. We don't have an RS-2477 road in the county, not that is officially recognized by the Department of Interior. They're all FLPNA right-of-ways. And what that means is that, you can use that county road until we say you can't. And we change the use of that road or that area, and they can suspend the use of that right away anytime they want. So I think it's important for us to be able to assert RS-2477 because we have the legal basis for which we can retain the ownership of those right of ways. So I just say is that I think we were coming down the home stretches. We were into the minor road portion of it, and I think, Jerry, you looked at a lot of those 2 tracks that are remaining, and I think an awful lot of those we can actually pull up on a case-by-case basis. So I think, in looking at the stuff that we have files on right now, I'm feeling a lot better about that. At any rate, I want to just thank you again personally, as not just as a commissioner, but personally for the work you put into it. And no, hopefully next time we run into you in Humboldt County, you'll have a shotgun looking for a chucker or something.
It would be great. And I would like to say, as I'm out collecting roads, I'm pretty busy. I'm running pretty hard on it, but I run into some really beautiful areas and I take pictures of them because they have the lat long. And I have a big file of beautiful places in Humboldt County with the lat long, and I'm coming back. Because then I have time. I can get places where it's like, oh, I'd love to stop here, but I can't. But now I can. So you will see me back in Humboldt County.
Good.
So.
Very good. We look forward to it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for what you've done.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Jerry.
I'm gonna, to Commissioner French's credit, he's the one that put us on, Jerry, and understanding that he's worked with the agencies long enough that, you know, things can go along really good for a long time, and then all of a sudden, there's talk about restricting access or closing something down, and Commissioner French understands that, and to his credit, convinced us that we needed to hire Jerry and get some of these RS 2477 roads identified. So just so everyone knows. All right, so that.
Item 10, sir.
10, Technology Services Department request to waive attrition policy and approval to purchase vehicles. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on the following. A is approval to waive the county's attrition policy to hire for the Technology Services Manager position that became vacant as of December 13th, 2021 due to resignation. Discussion, possible action. Hey, Rick.
Good morning, Rick Grantham, Humboldt County Technology. Yeah, I come before you to get this waiver for a very key position. It's very important that we get to work in that replacement. A lot of projects will be on hold until someone gets in, gets understanding of the existing network so we can move forward on a lot of the projects.
Yeah. This was Tim's position.
Tim's, yes.
Yeah, so I know Tim is pretty key to you getting a lot of stuff done. You depended on him quite a bit. This is I think a really important position that's gonna, I don't know if it's gonna take a while for him to fill or not, but whether it does or doesn't, it's a key position.
I agree. I agree also.
We have some really good leads. Dave Mendiola for the record. We have some good leads on a couple of good ones. We were able to hire somebody recently for another position that was open that we got the waiver for at the previous meeting, and that individual has some great background. So we feel really good about that particular hire, and then we can get this one filled. They have to go in background, so it's well, we hope it's only 45 days or so, but that background check is very important for that position, so that's got to be done as well.
This person has to get the background check so they can work at the jail and law enforcement?
For everything on the network, yeah, because the CJIS policy for security.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments? If not, is there a motion?
I'd make a motion to waive the county's attrition policy to hire for the Technology Services Manager position that became vacant as of December 13th, 2021.
Okay. Motion's on the floor. If there isn't any further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Pass unanimously. Okay, then that takes us to item B. Approval of purchase of the following two vehicles for CDAR. A 2022 Ram 3500 pickup truck in the amount not to exceed $64,030, and a 2022 Jeep Compass in an amount not to exceed $29,115. A request was previously presented to the county commissioners on September 7th, 2021, and on November 8th, 2021, to enter into two 60-month lease agreements for these vehicles from Enterprise Fleet Management. The request was approved on November 8th, 2021. However, after approval of this request, on November 8th, 2021, and upon submitting the orders to Enterprise Fleet Management, the department was informed that these vehicles were no longer available to order. Discussion, possible action. Can't say that I'm surprised.
Yeah. Right. So, Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola, after we heard from Enterprise, I went out to CDJR, previously Rackley Dodge Jeep, and met with one of the sales guys out there, gave him the specs that came from Enterprise, and asked two questions. Number one, can you quote it? Number two, how quickly could you deliver it if we ordered it? And the answer was, right now we're 12 weeks out for delivery. So even with Enterprise, had they been able to accept the order, if you recall, it was 9 months before we could actually get delivery. Under this scenario here, and again, we're assuming that that's still accurate, 12 weeks. We would, if you gave approval, we would order them, and we're hoping that the 12-week period would be honored. And we'll just have to go through the process to make sure something hasn't changed or will change.
So those costs are locked in for 12 weeks or?
Once we order it, yes.
Once you order it.
Yeah.
I don't see an option.
Yeah, so the other piece we should cover is that it's not, again, not in the budget to purchase these. So there's a possibility we'd have to augment that budget for those units. Because again, we did put money in there for the leases, but we didn't put it in there for the purchase. However, I would suggest to you that communications, TV district, they're always about 10+% under their budget in general, because they just don't get to everything. So, and knowing the size of those budgets, we may not even have to augment, so.
We're not going to be spending some of the money that we would have just because we're not going to have that person in place either that we just agreed to.
Right.
Correct.
That's correct.
At least a quarter.
Yeah, and we've already had, 2 positions open for about 5-6 months, so we've got some savings there as well.
And it's good that it is local.
That was the best part.
Mr. French, were you trying to weigh in?
Yeah, I just was going to say, Mr. Chairman, the need for those vehicles was pretty obvious when we approved those vehicles under that enterprise lease, and I don't see it has changed at all. It's just that, the finances side of it in terms of how we're going to pay for them. If we've got it in our budget to be able to reconcile this through some savings in that budget, I think we should probably make a run at it right now while those prices are where they're at, and see if we can get in line for delivery of those vehicles.
Yeah. They're not going to get any cheaper. And
yeah, it's true.
I know I ordered one and they told me it was going to be ready in December, and they haven't even gotten back to me on starting the build yet. So maybe into the next fiscal year before we have to pay for it anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Might be a 2023.
At least the order's processed.
Yeah, you got to put the order in. Any other discussion on this?
This Commissioner Hill, how much above what you had budgeted for the lease vehicles are we talking about?
I believe it was just a few grand, couple grand on the one for the truck. I believe that held true for the vehicle too, for the car.
That's to own it figured over 5 years though.
Yeah.
Right.
And if we buy one, we'll spend it. No, not over 5 years.
Right.
But even in one over 5 years, you leased it for 5 years and then you had to buy it back.
Yeah.
Buy it. Right?
Correct.
It was a little higher.
Or edit into another. Yeah, so it's like you said, about 1,200. Well, I think one was like 1,200, the other was 2,500, more than we would have paid over a 5-year period. But in this case, we own them outright.
Got to own it outright, yeah.
Huh?
Okay, that's all I have.
In the last vehicle you had it for 20 years?
My last one?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little over.
2002 or something like that, yeah. So they do last a while.
Yeah. The original pickup I got in 96.
96.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing, is there a motion?
Chairman, I'd make a motion that we purchase 2 vehicles from CDJR. 2022 Ram 3500 pickup truck in the amount not to exceed $64,030, and a 2022 Jeep Compass in an amount not to exceed $29,115.
Okay. Motion is on the floor. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Hey, Don, you know, the pickup they have now, it says in justification for a new one, that there is some issues with some lighting and some four-wheel drive. Have you guys looked at those? Because he may have to get by with it this winter.
Don Kalkowski, Humboldt County Public Works. What unit?
Your pickup now, you said that.
One of the old, remember I mentioned to you the other day, the old sheriff's vehicle that we inherited? It has that tonneau cover on the top of it and has trouble with the dash lights and the heater not running all the time.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there are some issues, and we haven't looked at it lately to see what we can do. Obviously, we have a new mechanic up there that is more willing to do things. So I would be more than happy to have him take a look at it.
Because if you're taking that, that's what you're also pulling your snowcat with stuff, right?
No, that truck is incapable of doing that.
Oh, okay.
It's too high geared. It was more of a highway pickup.
Okay. All right, yeah. We can keep it running for 6 months.
Yeah, or longer.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 11.
Did 11, didn't we? Or
12, excuse me, I'm sorry, 12.
12?
Yeah.
Regional Planning Department approval of a final large parcel map. Application submitted by Far West Engineering as agent for Nevada Gold Mines. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval of a large parcel map application submitted by Far West Engineering as an agent for Nevada Gold Mines LLC, and it's being presented for approval as per NRS 278.472. The site is located at 29100 Lone Tree Mine Road, Section 1, Township 34 North, Range 42 East, in Humboldt County, Nevada. Assessor's parcel number 07-0381-04. Discussion and possible action. So who do we have?
Mr. Chair, Betty Lawrence is out sick today. Essentially, what I've put up in front of you on your monitors there is the recommendation, staff recommendation for this large parcel map. This is submitted by Far West Engineering. And again, this is one of the processes that an individual, a developer would go through to designate parcels for development. And if you'll read that, item 5 from the Regional Planning Commission, that it is recommended that the approval of this division of land into large parcels, where the map is not in conformance with NRS, it can be corrected by imposing the necessary conditions on filing of the final map. So the conditions are laid out in below here. So it's 1 through 4 of what that would be. This is a pretty common thing that, so along with the approval comes conditions. And so the individual or the entity requesting this would have to meet these requirements in order to fulfill the permit.
This is out by Golconda.
Correct.
Valmy.
Valmy.
Or Valmy, excuse me, a little bit farther, yeah.
This time it encompasses ground though on the north side of Interstate 80. huh?
Let me see if I got a pic here.
On the north side.
This is north.
Appears there was no public comment.
Yeah, we got none on that. Yeah.
What are they doing with it, do you know?
You know, I have a sense this, I was originally going to think this was another solar project, but I don't think that's what it is. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it into a large parcel map. So this is potentially a housing. And sell these parcels for homes and the like.
Maybe gold, there's a lot of hot water right there.
There. It's, any questions? Any comments? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the parcel map submitted by Far West Engineering as an agent for Nevada Gold Mine LLC. And it's being presented for approval as per NRS 278.472. The site located at 29100 Lone Tree Mine Road, Section 1, Township 34 North, Range 42 East, Meridian, I don't know what that acronym is. Meridian, B&M, MD, B&M?
Bombos or Diablo.
Oh, okay, Mount Diablo.
Something like that, yeah.
In Humboldt County, assessable parcel number 07-0381-04.
Okay, motion's on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. So 13 is Humboldt County Extension Office update. Holly Gillian and Brad Schultz and Sharon Barton from Humboldt County Extension Office will provide updates on the county extension rural programming. Hello, please identify yourself for the record.
Holly Gallion with the Humboldt County Extension Office.
Brad Schultz, Cooperative Extension.
Go right ahead.
So I put together a PowerPoint that I presented to Dr. Dave Jensen back at the end of the school year, this last school year for 2021, to kind of go over the impact that the position that was created for me to go out and do this rural programming, the impact that it has had on the youth and on our rural communities. So first, our mission basically was to be able to provide a variety of enriching and supplemental 4-H educational curriculum and standard-based activities for youth in Humboldt County's rural communities. We were kind of finding that all of our in-town kids, as an example, they had access to some of these activities in their schools with some of the after-school activities we were doing. However, there wasn't really a whole lot of opportunity for kids in Denio and Kings River and Paradise, et cetera. So a lot of the curriculum that we have pulled really helps to empower them, educate them, and create an environment where youth can achieve success and thrive. The curriculum is chosen basically based on, cultural or historical significance, what the youth are asking for. There's quite a variety of different things that we do, different STEAM and STEM opportunities, as well as personal or team growth and development. And then most importantly, the interests of our youth and what they are engaged in wanting to learn, to help them discover and explore and grow in their educational journey. All of the curriculum that we choose does meet national educational standards, and it's usually pulled from other extension universities and land-grant universities that are all across the United States. So we do a lot of that stuff. The schools that we were able to work with last year during the 2020 and 2021 school year are Paradise Valley, Kings River, Orvada, and Denio. When we originally started that program, Dr. Jensen, as well as UNR, we had McDermott was primarily virtual at that time. So there wasn't an in-school opportunity for us to be able to go in there. And with the extension COVID guidelines, they would not allow us to go out there because there was a significantly higher number of students there than in, as an example, Denio that has, 8 students. So there was a bit of a guideline that we had to work around with that. So in our inaugural year, we were able to work with those 4 schools. As an example, with Paradise Valley, on average, they had 25 students during the school year. I conducted 44 programming hours from October to May. I had 15 in-school events, and you can kind of see some of the projects. I took pictures of the projects that that some of the students did in that school. As an example, over there on the far right, you see someone that has their hand in ice. So they conducted a blubber experiment to see how animals use blubber and what that effect has on them. And so they were tasked with creating their own glove to try to keep their hand warm. And then we did some science experiments with filling balloons, as you can kind of see in the next photo. And then they also created some mini rovers there in the next photo, and then some UV protection, if you will, with some of those bracelets, like those bracelets and things that they built are activated by UVA or UVB light. And so they created these, and if they go out in the sun and if they turn really dark, like very vibrant colors, the youth knows that they definitely need to make sure they've got sunscreen on, because that means that the rays are more powerful. If it's kind of that lighter color that you see in the photos, that means that there's still UVA and UVB light that is coming from the sun through our atmosphere. And it also lets them know that even on a cloudy day, because almost all of the schools had cloudy days on the days that those were built, they can still get sunburned on those days. So they were able to kind of do some experiments around that. The other school, Kings River, there was an average of 10 students there during the year, 38 programming hours, and 14 in-school events. Same thing, we did a lot of the same curriculum in all of the schools. This one, as an example, was if you look at the far left photo, that is actually a coding experiment. The kids had to learn how to kind of navigate through some obstacles, and in turn, that is like the beginning stages of teaching them what coding looks like in terms of computers and technology and things like that. So that gives them a head start on figuring out, oh, okay, it takes all of these pieces to do this one action. So that kind of helps them understand how that is broken down. And then there is a photo with our Earth Day project. The kids were learning about recycling and how that works and the benefits of doing that. And then we have a rover build. The National 4-H put out a space-themed kit last year for youth, and so we purchased kits and used those in all of the rural schools. One of the things that they were able to do was construct these rovers that they actually, they run. So they were able to completely build them from the ground up and get them to run around. And they had to do multiple redesigns, if you will, to get them to go the right direction and things like that. So it really required them to think outside the box on that. And then the last photo there just shows it's actually, you basically take, because that is kind of a finished product right there, but you take individual cups and you put drops of food coloring in it with your water, and then you fold over paper towels and then set them in each of them, and you can actually see how colors and how all of the cool color combinations that come apart or are a part of that, excuse me. And then Orvada. So Orvada, there was an average of 33 students. 50 programming hours was conducted out there and 15 in-school events. We have a crystal borax experiment that's on the left. We have a Titanic experiment and kind of some social studies and geography session that we did. We also have a zip line STEM project that we did as part of the Mars kit that we had. And so they had to be able to construct what would I call it? They had to be able to construct some sort of a device that would carry a marble and have the marble land on a designated spot so that the kids could understand how difficult it was for Perseverance to land on Mars this last year. And then the other one, that they were actually planting bulbs. They did a huge bulbs event out there, and so they planted flowers and then watched them grow, kind of in conjunction with some of the activities that the rural schools were already doing. So Denio had a whopping 8 students out there throughout the year. They had 33 programming hours and 14 in-school events. The picture you see in the bottom left, they had an obstacle course that we did to kind of finish out the Iditarod unit that we did. And you can kind of see they were fully engaged in learning about how far, like basically the routes that they took last year. The Iditarod race was modified due to COVID. So the route was different. And so the kids were tasked with figuring out, the differences in mileage, how far these racers were going. They picked a racer and learned about them. And it was really a super cool family unit that they were able to do at home with their families. And then you have the same balloon experiment in the next one, and then another photo as well of one of the obstacle course events that we had. Let's see. So this has kind of a list of all of the different things that we did last year. The National 4-H STEM Challenge, like I kind of briefly mentioned before, usually that takes place in October. And so last year, it was primarily around Mars and Mars exploration. So they send you this kit that has pretty much everything that you're going to do in that particular unit. They had a coding with Scratch, and Scratch is a software program. So they had a coding aspect to it. So the kids got to learn about that. Several of the teachers actually had their students create their own codes and their own animated code with stories that they were writing in class. So some of those teachers assigned them projects to basically code that story and make it something that they could watch. We talked about Mars exploration and learned about Mars and the Red Planet. They built rovers. The zip line was used with the NASA on Target aspect to it. They also learned about life viability and agriculture on Mars and what that could potentially look like. We also did the vinegar and baking soda balloons, which you saw photos of, some of the borax crystal ornaments. We had a foreign exchange student as well from Estonia at one point, and she actually went out and kind of explained where Estonia is in Europe. And we went over some of the different cultural differences and things like that, and they thought that was awesome. We did the blubber glove STEM experiment. We also did the Iditarod unit. We also did a Titanic latitude and longitude mapping and world map, as well as kind of going over some of the pertinent details about the Titanic. The Titanic Museum actually donated all of the curriculum to us, as well as supplies, passenger manifests, and boarding passes that the kids I basically like put all of the boarding passes together, and then each of the youth would pick one, and at the end of the unit, they would figure out if they managed to get off the Titanic or if they did not. So they had fun learning about that stuff, and seeing the wide range of people that were on Titanic, whether it was someone who was an infant or someone who was, 80 years old. We also did the UVA, UVB science experiments and the UV detection bead bracelets. We also tested sunscreens. So I had sunscreens lying around that were a couple years out of date. So we tested those against, current sunscreen, if you will, and the kids were able to see the difference and how important it is to make sure that your sunscreen is not out of date. So we did the walking water stem experiment, and that was the one with the color, where the color went through. Your rubber egg, they made rubber eggs out of just regular eggs. We also did a partnership with the Humboldt Connections group here, and did Operation Finding Hope out there in all of the schools, and the kids made cards and hid them all over the place out there, whether it was in Denio or Kings River or Paradise. And so they would hide them for community members to thank them for all that they had done during COVID or done for them personally. I know there were youth that made cards for the garbage person, that came and picked their garbage up, or someone who was helping them at the library, or so on and so forth. And especially some of their elderly people that, they wanted to check on, that had been isolated due to COVID. We did, we kind of talked about that mental health awareness out there as part of that. We had a really unique experiment out in Kings River, and our rocketry leader, Gary Robbins, came out and did a huge rocketry event. And the youth were able to launch these rockets. I think it was like 300 or 400 feet in the air, if my memory serves me correctly. So they were able to see that rockets, can go pretty high, and kind of do a lot of science experiments around that, as well as our Earth Day growing bulbs and the reduce, reuse, and recycle unit. Some of the obstacles that we had out there, this was the inaugural year, so kind of getting everybody on board. Communication styles are very different between each of the schools. So we definitely, kind of had to work through some kinks in the beginning to kind of get everything set up how we wanted. We also, some of the teachers with the programming that they have out there currently and some of the things that were going on, some schools could only meet certain days, other schools could meet other days. So the schedule was definitely kind of based around their availability. And that's how my schedule was created, on their availability. Some of them are really flexible. Some of them are very, you have 55 minutes and that's what you got. So it was very, two ends of the spectrum in terms of each of the schools. The abilities between some of the schools were varied. As an example, some of our more transient schools that have, high turnover in terms of their youth, the abilities could be very different between your, one kindergarten and another, and even between, say, that school and another school. We had weather-related travel obstacles. And so, as an example, if it's snowing, I wasn't going to drive out to Denio with 4 inches of snow. So we quickly had to learn that we had to put in backup dates so that those types of obstacles could be overcome and those students wouldn't miss out on those educational opportunities. And just your travel distance, like as an example, Kings River and Denio are a solid hour-and-a-half one way out there. Orvada and Paradise are about 45, 50 minutes. So you definitely had to kind of factor in all of that stuff with our travel. Successes, youth are actively engaged and excited in learning about curriculum that they haven't experienced before. Like I mentioned, the youth, we literally took a day and went out to those schools and said, you tell me what you want to learn and I will pull it and I will find the curriculum, and we will build it from there. And so it was awesome to have parents contacting the office, contacting our extension educator here, as well as my other boss, Sharon Barton, and just letting them know, what, my child has not, been interested in school, and they're coming home and saying, oh my gosh, guess what we did with Miss Holly today? and being able for them to further explore those types of experiments at home and do research on that. We did actually impact there were a couple families too that they went on vacation during the time that the Iditarod was going on. And so it turned into a huge family competition in Idaho, of all places, where the youth was like, well, I got to follow my racer. And then that sparked intrigue with the members of the other side of the family who wanted to know, well, what are you doing? Like, this is awesome. And so you have students that are learning about things that they wouldn't normally learn about. Families are further engaged in programming, and the community effects are awesome. We are seeing youth that now, as an example, this year, they've said, hey, we want to learn more about this. We want to learn more about this particular thing. And further expand on that. Our teachers are able to apply a lot of this stuff to their current learning and programming and curriculum that they are presenting. So it kind of gives them, an additional backup, if you will, an enhancement of the stuff that they are currently offering. And youth feel heard because they have a voice in what they're learning and the curriculum that they're being presented. So it's awesome to see the overall impact. Dave Jensen said that he has heard nothing but good things about the things that we've done out there. He said, you have our full support and have had a profound effect on these schools during such a trying year. And truly, in many ways, COVID was a blessing because we were able to start doing things in some of these rural schools and access these youth that wouldn't normally have this opportunity to engage in these kinds of experiments and events. So we are currently in our second year now. McDermott has been added. We are currently working with the 3rd through 6th grade group, and there are 37 students, I believe, in that. Yes, 37 students. We are partnering with other entities. We have, as an example, too, like businesses have donated, extra things they have around their stores or their businesses and things like that in terms of stuff we can use for our STEM programming, whether it's, as an example, we did like a toilet paper roll and paper towel thing, last year. And so we saved up all that stuff for some of our programming, but businesses are donating things too. We have some potential school field trips that we're working on. Ag in the Classroom, as far as we know, should be a go so far for next year. And so that will be something else that we'll be able to bring back for them. We have tons of new STEM and STEAM experiments. They released the new 4-H kit that we are kind of like almost finished up with, depending on the school. But we have, that one is about, it's called Galaxy Quest, so it's another like galactic-based one. So now we're further expanding it outside of Mars to all of the different planets. So the kids are learning about that stuff. And they are also providing opportunities for community service, family engagement opportunities, helping youth to understand the impact that they can make on their communities, whether that's picking up trash, as an example, like with our Earth Day theme, or whatever that might look like. So we have a busy year planned ahead of us so far. So so far it's going well with where we're at right now in 2021. So.
Okay. So I got a few questions. So your office is in Winnemucca?
Mm-hmm. Correct. I'm out at the fairgrounds.
Extension office? Oh. And do you just work with these programs, or are you involved in the livestock part of things too?
I don't. As an example, like I do help with some of the events that go on out there. Like as an example, for Tri-County Junior Livestock Show, over fair, and the Small Animal Show, like I took photos and I uploaded those for the families and helped kind of coordinate that stuff, pick up, tear down, all of the stuff that goes along with that. And during the summer, during my off season, if you will, I'm tasked with putting on programming during the summer. So last summer we partnered with Up From the Muck and with Jace Billingsley, and we did a leadership camp that was that was just awesome. We have parents that are super interested in seeing what those future workshops look like. So we pulled 4-H extension curriculum for those. And then we also did a partnership with Nevada Outdoor School, and we did a hiking club. So we ran that club also several times over the summer. But for the most part, I'm pretty much dedicated to the rurals and the programming out there and that sort of thing. I'm only part-time. So I only work 24 hours a week. And so I don't have the ability to kind of do some other stuff.
Who funds your position?
I'll answer that. Just some background information. This is a position that the commission agreed to fund 2 or 3 years ago. I forget which budget cycle, with the intent of trying to enhance our 4-H programming in the rural communities, try to get 4-H involvement beyond just livestock, that's been the primary interest in the rurals, or the primary participation in the rurals for the 20 years I've been here. And you guys agreed to fund this position on a part-time basis for us to try to find a way to enhance 4-H programming. We are starting to see interest in some of these communities for 4-H programming outside of the livestock. The difficult challenge we always run into is finding volunteer leaders. I think now that these kids are bringing this information home, parents are asking them more and more about it, we will slowly start to see an increase in people willing to volunteer for trying to lead programs outside their background or their education and so forth. But it is funded by the commission.
Questions?
Nice presentation.
Yeah. How long have you, so you've been there about a year now?
I've been in the rurals for a year, yes. So I'm starting the second year. The first year was crazy because we had COVID. So I spent, I had a huge amount of time that I was able to build curriculum and pull stuff that I had already started creating for our in-town youth. And so then I had to be able to translate that to that out there because those numbers are far different than our in-town youth. So kind of starting to gathering all the supplies and things like that. So the first year we were able to do that was this last year.
But when you go out to the rural communities, it's much different than going to the schools here in Winnemucca.
Yes.
You're looking at 5th through 8th or, kindergartners through 1st. Are you targeting all those age groups or?
So all of the programming is modified based on the group that I'm working with. So as an example, like in Orvada, I have K through 2, and then I have 3 through 5, and then I have 6th, 7th, and 8th. So it's the same curriculum, but it's dialed in based on the age group that we're working with, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
you're working with all the age groups.
yes, yep, K through 8 at all the schools.
Except McDermott.
Yeah,
Just
except
because
McDermott.
the number of students there was focused down to 3rd to 6th grade.
Yeah, 3rd to 6th.
3rd to 6th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, thank you. If there's no other questions. Good luck. That's nice.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon. So we are
Number 14.
Afternoon.
I know. I was hoping to get squeezed in. I promise to be short. But for the record, Massey Mayo.
Massey, hang on one second. Let him read this item.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Jumping ahead.
6th Judicial District Court update regarding ARPA funds, COVID relief grant funding. The 6th Judicial Court will update the commissioners regarding American Recovery Plan Act funds and COVID relief grant funding. This is for information only. Hi, Massey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I'm sorry for jumping the gun there. For the record, Massey Mayo of the 6th Judicial District Court, Courtmaster. The court just wanted to come before the commissioners today to let you all know that there was an opportunity in late October that we were made aware of through the AOC. Specifically, the Supreme Court had allocated, as part of their COVID relief funds, approximately $2 million for their eviction mediation program. And then they let the district court across the state, the various jurisdictions, know that they had not spent all of the $2 million that they were allocated and wanted to give the courts an opportunity to request additional funding to meet their own COVID relief needs. So that meeting happened on October 28th, and the court had until November 1st, the following Monday, to put together individual requests for funding. The caveat on the funding is that the projects that are requested have to be implemented and in use by December 31st of this year. Our court was able to identify 5 immediate projects that we requested funding for. 2 of those included reimbursement for items that had already been paid for. The carpet in the area that the jury box was, I think if you've been in the courtroom, you know that it's a different colored carpet. We had to place carpet down. And then also the clear barriers that are within the courtroom to ensure protection between, for example, the judge and the witness on the stand, or the clerk in the court. And so those items had already been paid for, but we asked and we expect to receive reimbursement for those funds. And that totals $1,871. And I think that Ms. Formby, who's also here today, indicated that we might see those funds within 7 days from today's date.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. How much was that again?
Yes, $1,871 total.
They're broken down differently on the agenda.
And maybe, so then we had 3 other items that the court has requested to receive funding. The total on that is $25,617. Those 3 items relate to our upgrades on our audiovisual and network system. Those items we're unsure and uncertain if the Supreme Court's going to authorize payment on those, simply because we are in process, but are having some, we can't guarantee that those items will be implemented by December 31st. So that's still remaining to be determined, I suppose.
So these COVID relief funds are coming out of the Supreme Court's budget?
Yes. Yes, so it was additional funding the Supreme Court received to handle all of the eviction mediation. So the eviction mediation program that's in place, and the state did not use the total amount that was allocated. So they had approximately $2 million left.
So how does the carpeting figure into the eviction?
Yeah, anything that the court had to do related to COVID-19 safety protocols, we were able to request. In this case, it would be reimbursement since these items were already budgeted. And all of these 5 items are budgeted currently. And it's just that the last 3 items have been either partially paid for or are in process. But the first 2 were certainly paid for immediately.
Okay.
And I don't know if you've heard the story about the jury box, but Judge Montero wanted to hold juries, continue to be able to hold jury trials. There's no way that the configuration in the big courtroom allows for a jury trial to be held, and we needed additional space. So there's an ongoing inside joke, not so inside anymore. I think it made the Nevada Supreme Court's newsletter that Judge Montero allegedly took a chainsaw to our jury box. So the Supreme Court is definitely well aware that we had to do some reconfiguration on our own. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And happy, if we do receive the other funding, we can give notice on that as well. But just wanted to let you know that we were out there trying to secure some reimbursement for those items.
Good. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, and have a great afternoon.
Thanks. Thanks.
Item 15 is Sheriff acceptance of the Nevada Gold Mine Grant Award. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval to accept a community-based grant award from Nevada Gold Mines for the purchase of a PSATs use of force simulator in the amount of $38,000. Morning. Captain Wilken.
Good morning, sir. Captain Sean Wilken for the record on behalf of Humboldt County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Mike Allen. So we began this process in July, and we were fortunate enough, my understanding, to be actually the first organization in Humboldt County to receive an award out of this. The $38,000 covers the total cost of the purchase of a portable use of force training simulator, and that is made available for use for all law enforcement agencies within our county. I had the opportunity to use this at the Western State Sheriff's Association along with the sheriff from another county, and we were just thoroughly impressed with the capabilities of this. And for in-house training for our officers, especially in a time where ammunition costs and things like that are so high, this has range training abilities on it, as well as de-escalation and less lethal uses of force, such as taser, OC, and the subjects respond to verbal commands. There is no ongoing sustainment cost to this, so this is a one-time purchase with no yearly costs after that. All of the system updates and things that will go along are included with that, and we're able to transport it around to the different divisions, both patrol, detention, Nevada Department of Public Safety agencies, up there by the DMV, Winnemucca Police Department, and pretty much anybody in our area who wants to use it. Training on it's great. This is in use by a lot of federal agencies, as well as the U.S. Marine Corps uses it in their Special Operations Training Command. So what we're getting is really a good piece of equipment with a solid company that backs it.
How does it work?
It is laser scenario based. So you have a laptop, a projector, and a screen. The screen is responsive. The firearms that are used on it are made from actual firearm frames. So they simulate both Glock AR-15 as well as shotgun. And it's calibrated. So when you come in, you have basically a scenario set up. Once we get this, I'd love to invite you guys to come see what it is. So you have a scenario. If we go in, let's say a deputy uses appropriate verbal commands for it. The person running the scenario has the option to de-escalate that, which is becoming hugely important in law enforcement. It is responsive to the taser function. It is responsive to the OC function, as well as low lighting. So it has a flashlight option on there where if you use the flashlight, it illuminates the portion of the screen. So it's a pretty good system.
Pretty small, you don't need a trailer or something.
Don't need a trailer. You can move with it. The old systems you couldn't move. You had to stand in one place because it calibrated to where you were standing. You can only run one person at a time. With this, we can put as many deputies on as we have tools for those deputies to use during this scenario. They're able to move. So it has realistic training in it as versus something when we have things such as the old system where a deputy goes up and they stand there and they don't move, that counters what we teach them in actual training. So this works hand in hand with the actual training that we use.
Good. Good. You just need our approval for this grant, huh?
Yes, sir.
Promise you're not using our pictures, the taser or anything like that?
They're preloaded scenarios.
You won't use don't use the wrong guns on them.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. No cost to the county. It's fully funded. There no ongoing cost to it. So, and it's very helpful. So I think it's an easy one.
I'd make a motion to approve, accept the community-based grant award from Nevada Gold Mines for the purchase of PSATS use of force simulator in the amount of $38,000.
Okay. With motions on the floor, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Passed unanimously. Thank you. Liquor. So you're going to do the liquor?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Item 16 is Sheriff Liquor Board. Liquor Board, Sheriff Allen would like to convene the Humboldt County Liquor Board. Captain Sean Wilken for consideration, discussion, and possible approval of the following. Oh, so I got to turn it over to you instead of reading that.
So Captain Sean Wilken, on behalf of Sheriff Mike Allen, requested the Humboldt County Liquor Board be convened for the consideration of 2 new liquor licenses. The first is for the approval of liquor license on behalf of Abby Thacker for the Rocky View LLC, 24630 US 95, or Nevada 89425. All the application process has been completed and there's no reason to deny the license.
It would be nice to see the Rocky View open. It's been working on now for 4 years.
So motion to approve.
Motion, I'll move that we approve the liquor license for Abby Thacker at Rocky View.
I'll second it. I forgot we needed a second here.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. The second is for approval for liquor license on behalf of Paige Anderson for the watering hole number 1 located at 425 East Highway 40, Golconda, Nevada, 89414. And same as the last, the application is in order and there's no reason to deny the license.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to grant the liquor license to Paige Anderson at Waterhole number 1 in Golconda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. So, and is there anything else on the board? Okay,
No.
this will adjourn the liquor board meeting.
Thank you.
John.
Thank you, Captain.
Mr. Chair, I just want to let the commissioners know we do have lunch coming in for you. Should be here shortly.
Okay.
So,
Beef.
All righty. So Public Works Department, General Road Projects. A presentation by Humboldt County Public Works Director Don Kalkowski to update the board on road projects within Humboldt County. However, no action may be taken on a matter raised until the matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Hello again.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Don Kalkowski, Humboldt County Public Works. So the last few weeks since the last meeting, we've been working on blading the Grass Valley area. We've also worked on Pelican Bird area, which is a new area we've taken in the last couple of years. We did some blade work on the shooting range and Jones Lane, as well as Thompson Pedroli for the Winnemucca area. Golconda have been working mainly on Dutch Flat and the Midas Road. And Orovada, we've been working on Orovada and New K up in McDermott and Cane Springs. Cane Springs, we're adding a little bit of material to from a pit where we crushed at last year. And that road just is, as soon as any moisture gets on it, it gets torn up from a little car going down it. So we've elected to put a little bit of material on it to try and alleviate some of those concerns from the property owners around the area. Denio area, Knott Creek, they've completed, they did some work on Bog Hot as well. And they are doing some stuff around town as well as mowing some of the roads out there as time allows and weather allows. One thing I do have to bring up is last week I became aware that we lost, well, we didn't lose. Somebody wanted one of our water pumps more than we did.
Oof.
It had been staged at the Humboldt River right there just outside of Golconda for about 2 years since we got the thing. And it's been sitting there, and the guys came by on Monday and noticed that it was gone. So I filed a police report. We've been dealing with Deputy Peters on that. I've also informed the manufacturer of the pump, serial number, the VIN number and everything along those lines, and they put it into their system as stolen. So if somebody does call for parts on that unit, at least it'll be flagged and we can let law enforcement know what's going on and give them at least contact information. So at some point, maybe we can get it back, but
It's not working.
I'm not holding my breath. So.
I was gonna say, hopefully somebody didn't maliciously shove it in the river, but you'd be able to see it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially at that location, we'd be able to see
You'd
it.
be able to see it, so I'm sure.
It was fun. It's a trailer mounted unit. This is basically the trailer's built for the unit. The trailer itself is the fuel tank. The frame rails and everything are the fuel tank for the unit. We pulled the hitch off just to alleviate this. And when Deputy Peters went out there, he said it looks like they had some kind of crane because there's no evidence that it was drug out of there by whoever putting a hitch back on it. It looks like it was just lifted up, put on a trailer, and then gone. So crazy. And Diamond Plastics does have a camera pointed that way, but they only go back a week, and it had been a couple weeks since we had seen it. So as far back as they could go, it was gone. So I'm sorry to report that.
Probably the Pershing County Water District. Have you seen Right Patch?
So in the future, I guess, don't we have a yard in Golconda that we had approved some fencing and stuff for?
We do have a yard in Golconda. That's one thing that we have not talked about is the fencing, and that's probably something that I'm going to maybe, at least look at putting in the budget for that yard, as well as maybe adding or start, not piecemealing, but doing sections of fencing up at our yard up there, because we did have some issue with some fuel being stolen up there, and it's really easy access from the north side, because the north side is BLM, and there's kind of a little 2-track that runs up beside our 4-wire barb fence, and it's really easy for somebody to jump the fence and siphon some fuel. So that might be the first area we start, but we're definitely going to look at that. We're trying to look at some other different things, maybe put some trail cameras in these locations, or try and figure out some way to lock this stuff up. I've directed the guys, the other crews that have these types of units that are out there. If they're not using them every day, it goes back to your yard, to their yard, where it can be watched and a little more public viewing.
What is the value of that pump?
$36,000.
Is it one of the ones we just bought?
Yeah, we just purchased, we just purchased it in January 2020. Yeah. So.
What would they have it used for? What would it be
water
left?
I honestly have no idea. It's kind of a specialized, not really specialized. I mean, they use them in mining applications and whatnot, maybe down south where you get a lot of flooding for dewatering, stuff like that. But other than that, it's a tough one.
Well, it's happening more and more.
Absolutely.
Shop down the street got broken into.
Yep.
Hopefully it turns up.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully it turns up. The last thing I have for you is Jesse, our wastewater guy, is still out. He had a off work injury, and he's out for a considerable amount of time. So I've been taking over his duties as well, since we don't have anybody else. So, any questions?
How is your situation in the shop with mechanics and stuff?
Oh, great.
Good.
That was too much. Sorry. It's very good. It's very good. The new guy that we got on, he's jumping right in, and I have all the faith in the world in him.
Oh, good.
So
that's good to hear.
Yeah.
How many? You're down 3 or 4 road grader?
So we're down 4 operator positions. Right now, one of them I would have to come to you for the waiver of the attrition policy. I haven't done that yet, just because I want to get these other ones filled. And we've got 2 of them not on board, but committed right now. And we got one starting December 27th, and then one starting January 10th. And the third, I'm going to try and call today. We've had 2 people drop out on that third one, so.
Have you got your new skid steer yet?
No, we haven't even gotten the blade that we ordered in July.
Oh, wow. How about your attachment?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's stuffed away in a shop, and we're hiding that for now.
Well, hopefully there's movement, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough getting anything, and I haven't heard anything on the blade, but I haven't asked either.
At least you're in the queue. I think that's probably a good sign.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm sure the strike held things up for a little while. So
How did Pelican Bird Lane hold up?
they held up pretty good. I had gone out there a few times just because this was the first year that we had magged them. Well, second year before last, we used a kind of a proprietary not mag chloride product on it, and it just didn't hold up real well. Last year we put mag on it, and they held up pretty good. I was pretty
They seem
surprised.
to.
Yeah, we don't get any complaints from about dust or rough roads up there. So, anything else?
So like those operator jobs, I'm just thinking, I hear Highcroft laid off a bunch of people and.
We picked up one
Did you?
from that, and we also, one of the other one that's committed is from one of the other mines. So,
They can apply, they could come in today and apply if.
absolutely. Yeah, that position is open all the time.
Okay.
Just because it seems like whenever we're full, a month later, we're not.
Do you guys do any snow removal or just like around your buildings and stuff? As far as the county, you're not responsible for, well, you are, aren't you? Yeah, quite a bit. You are.
For the roads?
Yes, the roads.
Not around.
No buildings.
The parking lots and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I see you got some nice stuff. You want to?
Yeah, right. It's for sale. It's all for sale.
Yeah, just the roads is what we.
So graders, pretty much, and loaders and.
We have 6 snowplows.
Oh.
That we send
Okay.
out throughout the county.
So you're probably better staffed for that sort of thing than versus graders because of the skill required.
Yeah, so typically, theoretically, if we show up in the morning and there's 3 or 4 inches of snow, we're going to take, each crew consists of basically a blade operator and a truck driver.
Truck driver, yeah.
So typically we would throw the truck driver in a snowplow.
Yeah.
To go, and then the blade operator will run the blade and do his job with the
Right.
blade. So.
Perfect. Because it's coming. It's coming.
I
One of
hope
these days.
I hope so, but yeah. It's kind of
Can stay in the mountains as far as I'm concerned, but it's.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, any other questions for Don?
No.
None from me.
Was that all your report or you got it?
That was it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Are you done?
Thank you.
Item 18 is approval of comment letters on Thacker Pass draft air pollution, water pollution, and reclamation control permits. Consideration, discussion, possible approval of 2 comment letters from the board pertaining to the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, NDEP, Class 2 air quality operating permits, water pollution control permit, and reclamation draft permit for the Thacker Pass project. Discussion and possible action.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola, for the record. So these are the 3 comment letters that that the board had requested that had directed me to reach out. We did reach out to Stantec Consulting, which has quite a bit of expertise in this area. And if you recall, it was RCI that said these guys are really good. It was fortunate, and I may have mentioned this before, that Stantec was actually, they tried to bid on the final environmental impact statement that the BLM did, but they weren't the winner of that particular RFP. So but they knew about the mine, and they've got quite a bit of expertise in this arena. So what they did, if you looked at the comment letters, they're really a series of questions that were asked. And the idea behind that was that as they read through the permits, it generated questions. And as to, for example, how would water monitoring done, which has been some of the questions that came up through the, the public meetings that we've had and things like that. Would it be would it be allowed that Lithium would pick their own monitoring? And would they do it, or is it going to be a third-party company that does the monitoring side by side with NDEP? So those are the kinds of questions, whether it was about water quality, air quality, and then the reclamation piece. So what will happen as part of the follow-up, NDEP will be required to answer those questions, as well as, you know, any other questions that came in or comments that came in from the public. That's, we do have standing now. We've submitted those. And as you recall, we had a very short time frame to do that based on the notification that we got from NDEP, but those have been submitted. What I did, I brought these for you for actual approval, since we haven't actually been before you to approve the comments. So that's what the item is intended to do today.
I don't know if anybody's, are they included yet? They're really technical. I don't know. And no one without real expertise like these, this firm could have done it. Like you say, I signed them because I had to get in by, you know, the day before the hearings, which the hearings were in between the commission meetings. And I thought, as far as I know, they did a good job. I mean, it was like reading Chinese to me. I couldn't.
They did do.
Yeah.
They hit on many things that need to be asked, and they did a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they were great questions.
So now we just need to formally approve those.
And as you can see from the agenda language, it would be for all three permits as far as the motion. So it'd be air quality operating permit, water pollution control permit, and the reclamation draft permit.
So just clarification, I have consideration, discussion, and possible approval of comment letters.
Yeah, there's two comment letters. The reclamation and the water pollution control were together.
Okay.
They're on the same letter because that's the way they did the public hearing.
Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, motion. I got it. Motion to approve two comment letters for the draft air pollution control permit and the draft water pollution control and draft mining reclamation permit comments that were submitted on November 18th, 2021 and December 1st, 2021.
All right. Motion's on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passed unanimously. Item 19, it's grants coordinator, approval to accept the NDOT Senior Transit 5339 capital expense grant award and the emergency management performance grant. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval to accept the following grants. A, the FTA 5339 capital expense grant awards from the Nevada Department of Transportation, NDOT, for Humboldt County and the Pleasant Senior Center, and to authorize the county manager, Dave Mendiola, to execute routine paperwork in the grant process. These awards will be providing funding for the purchase of the ADA buses and minivans, ADA and non-ADA vehicle equipment, vehicle maintenance, and non-ADA facility equipment. Humboldt County will receive $483,764 from NDOT over the next 4 years, with the match to be provided by the Pleasant Senior Center. Total project not to exceed $569,872 for discussion and possible action. Good morning or afternoon, Rochelle.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rochelle Paquette, Grants Coordinator. We've been before you before to apply for the funding to operate the transportation program up at the Senior Center. This is just the second part of that funding. Obviously, like they said, it's capital assets. They've broken it out into several categories. They'll release it in different stages. That's why I asked for future permissions for County Manager Dave Mendiola to continue to sign those agreements as they are forwarded to us. And like I said, they're relatively low risk. They've run this program for several years, and I would recommend that we approve.
So it's for 4 years, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, they can open up if a project were to come up in the meantime. We can always reapply for additional funding. But this was their best projections on their needs right now.
Any questions?
Where does the supplement come from with the senior center? How do we get that?
That comes from a few different areas. Some of it's the ride share cost, which is a very small portion. I believe part of it is USDA supplemented. And I think at times the county itself helps with that county funded grant, but I'm not sure of the amount of that, just as needed.
Correct. Yeah, we have a bit of a match with that, and it's in our budget under other general government. So it's senior, I think it's $30,000 that we provide.
Do they let us do it over a 4-year period, or they don't all up front?
Right. Yeah, if you count it all together, yeah, it's like 120,000.
Okay. Any other questions? Can I get a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve the 5339 capital expense grant awards per the NV Department of Transportation award notice and authorize the county manager, Dave Mendiola, to sign all grant documents on behalf of Chairman Sherry.
Okay. Motion's on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. That takes us to item B, Emergency Management Performance Grant, EMPG, and to authorize County Manager Dave Mendiola to execute routine paperwork in the grant process. Humboldt County has used previous awarded EMPG grants to help cover costs associated with emergency management, specifically personnel costs. The EMPG award was increased to $28,763 and an additional $8,102 EMPG award was made by ARPA funds. The total EMPG award to the county is $36,865 and the same amount required as match from the county, with the same amount required as a match by the county. Discussion and possible action.
Okay, so yeah, we applied last spring for 28,000 total to be split between the county and the state. They came back this fall, basically doubling that original amount plus the additional ARPA funding for that 8,100. So at that time, I revised the application and associated budget to increase the personnel costs and then split the remaining funds for travel and training and equipment for the new EM Carol Lynn.
So this will help with the cost of paying our new emergency
manager. Correct.
Got it right. Okay. Anybody got a problem with that?
Not at all.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept the EMPG awards and authorize the county manager, Dave Mendiola, to sign an agreement on behalf of Chairman Sherry.
Okay, motion's on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
You can't run off yet.
Good luck.
LEPC meeting Wednesday at 9.
The training exercise?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's at Sanco. I can forward more information to you. You didn't receive the email.
it's at Sanko instead of, because it says it's at the firehouse.
Oh, well, I will double check. I don't know, because I won't be attending, so I'll double check that and forward it to you.
Thank you.
You bet.
Michelle.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Okay. Item 20 is county manager access to city county property for brownfield environmental assessment for property on US 95. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval to access the city-county-owned property parcels identified as APN 10-0213-01 and 10-0213-02 located east of US Highway 95 near Sage Heights Drive to conduct an environmental assessment, brownfield discussion, and possible action. Want to tell us what that's all?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Mendiola, County Manager. So if you recall, it's been several months ago. We came back before you. At that time, it was alongside Nevada Rural Housing Authority. And that was because we were looking at this city county-owned property that we reference in the language right off of US 95 as a potential site for apartment complex that we wanted to build. Well, when I say we, Nevada Rural Housing. And of course, there was some pushback by property owners in the area that, they didn't really want to see apartments built there. And there was also the big concern was that, which I think is in play here today, which David Friedman here from NDEP is on the line with us, and he'll be able to provide some information with regard to the second half of that issue, which is around if we did this brownfield assessment, which, by the way, is designed to look at a piece of property to see if there are any hazardous waste conditions on the ground or issues that might be problematic for some kind of a project in the future. And there has been some talk in the discussions that I recall we had at the city offices early on that there were some people that said, yeah, I think they used to dump something out there, somebody did, but there wasn't any, clear indication of who it was or when it was. So there is a concern that there's something on the ground out there. But so what this brownfield assessment would do is this McGinley and Company, and there's some others that do this, would come in and they assess the ground to find out if there are any pollutants or any issues on the ground there. And they would write up a full assessment of what those were, what needs to be mitigated if there is something, if they do find something. And then in the end, if there had to be an mitigation done, the next piece would be, and big concern that came from this board was if that happens, wouldn't we be responsible for cleaning up that site, which could run into a lot of money. So I think the answer to that question is, and again, Wendy and I have talked from a legal perspective that, once you have knowledge of something, yeah, you're required to do something about it. And I think the last time we went through this, at least from my perspective, is we did talk about it. It was brought up. So we definitely have knowledge of a potential problem. Now we may go in there and find out there's nothing there at all. And if that's the case, then we're golden. And then it would be certified as a ready site for construction or any other project you might want to do out there. So that's the idea behind this. The city council, just so you know, the 50% owner of this property along with the county has approved this assessment. And also I think one other thing that's important to acknowledge is that in my discussions with Nevada Rural Housing, which I'm not sure if they're on today still.
Dave, I am on.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Hey, I'm going to send it over to you in just a second here. I think I probably said enough at this point in time, but so there was a time at which this was a site we were looking at. So, I think I will turn it over at this time to you and